12.
Because he's at the top up, he did get in the China Open qualifiers. He won a match there, beat Maciej Baranowski, who we saw earlier in this event, lost to Ian Burns. Q-School, he lost to Josh Thomond in the first event. Of course, he's the number 1 on the top-up list. And then second event, Mitchell Mann, of course, did get through that second tournament. We saw Mitchell yesterday here.
Yeah, and really, Simon wants to be looking at today as an opportunity. Of course, an opportunity to get some match practice, but an opportunity to get some pounds in the bank. Because, let's be honest, ranked 16th on that top-up list, he's probably not going to get in too many World Snooker Tour events this season, so he wants to try and take the chance as best he can when it comes about.
Seven.
Well, he's looking at potting this red and playing on the pink. I don't think its own spot is available in amongst those reds, so it'd be replaced beneath the cluster. Out of the way, out of trouble. But he's going to have to play a cannon to the reds at some point. He's got 1 red in open play. Those 7 need tending to. Now the angle he gets on his next colour is going to be key. Black isn't perfect actually to go into the reds. Not now the pink is where it is. In terms of the biggest target getting into them, you'd want to go in off the side cushion, yellow or green, but too much of a stretch probably to play for them.
35.
Well, clearly that pink will pot to this left corner the way he's played that. That's perfect.
I thought for a minute that pink was going to come through the screen. He's had a bit of a result where the cue ball's finished.
Yeah, it wasn't a very nice strike actually, was it, from Simon Blackwell? A bit of tension maybe, that, or adrenaline that's caused such a hefty hit. Didn't think it needed that much pace actually, just used the angle that he had on the pink to disturb the reds, but anyway, didn't leave anything. He's going to have a chance to knock a long one in and redeem himself here.
Well, look at the reds. I mean, they're all there either way, aren't they? Either for him or for Xing Tong.
Yeah, didn't he know it? That's the difference, isn't it? You've got to knock that sort of shot in this company. You don't expect Zhao Xingtong to make any mistakes from here, where these reds are placed.
Well, it's really good to see him in the event because, you know, he could have been forgiven for going back to China, staying there until the Shanghai Masters, but he's here. He was in the rule box at Wimbledon earlier in the week, such as his status. It can be fascinating this season. Of course, last season he had the sort of the burden, if you like, of first-time world champion. Maybe early in the season that weighed a little heavy, but he got over that as the year went on. This season, Wu Yize has that to carry.
No.
And I think we all expect Xingtong to be in the business end many times of various tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this season pans out for Zhao Xingtong. You look at last year, he's earned over $1 million on the table, and we speak about that false start he had. It was an incredible end to the season, in fact.
Yeah, those 3 Player Series events, he made 22 centuries across the 3 of them. You know, it's a heavy hitting. And the Tour Championship, of course, best in 19. Top 12 players of the season. He only lost 8 frames. I mean, he beat Higgins 10-1 in the semis, John Higgins. Judd Trump 10-3 in the final. Beating Chris Wakely 10-4 round 1. So just annihilated everybody. Of course, the Crucible Curse struck, or rather Sean Murphy struck in the quarterfinals. It was a good game, that, 13-10.
Sean Murphy OBE, if you can, please, Dave.
Maybe that's what he got it for.
21.
Made the most centuries of anyone last season, 82.
Yeah, all the figures suggest that this season is going to be a good one for Zhao Xingtong. He's ranked 3rd in the world at the minute, isn't he? And you can only see that going upwards, and there's not much further he can go. I think world number 1 is on the horizon for this lad.
29.
What I love about him is he kind of does it all with this nonchalance. Oh, little old me, you know, potting these balls, winning these tournaments. It's he's got a lot of charisma, clearly. Could have been a little better on this.
Cool.
Yeah, it made a difference. So, hasn't taken the frame out.
34.
Yeah, you're right. The blue was a shocker, to be fair. But the red, it didn't even hit the jaws, this really, did it? As far as Zhao's probably concerned, that's nowhere near. So what a lifeline Simon Blackwell's been thrown. Can he take it? Well, he's knocked the red in, but he's in no man's land. Now, the order of the day here is nothing daft. Just play a good safety.
Black ball. Simon Blackwell 1.
Well, they both had cause to believe it with their frame. Let's see. 5 points in it on the last red. Zhao Xingtong in a snooker. Not good. So, Blackwell with another chance.
Big little mini visit this for Simon Blackwell.
1.
You want to get off to a good start in these short sprints. Winning the first frame is imperative. And also, just send a little message to Zhao Xingtong. If he makes the little errors, they will eventually be punished. Okay, he hasn't killed the frame off in one hit, Simon Blackwell, but
3.
if he gets it won, that won't matter. He's put himself under a little bit of pressure here. again, it was an awful strike. It really was. You could see just how quickly he's pulled the cue back so smoothly on the backswing and then delivered with a lot of pace, very quick. No control.
Two.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, in terms of match snooker, Zhao Xingtong may be a little rusty, but he's not going to stay rusty for long. So he now looking for brown with the rest and the blue to win the frame after all. And it may be that
9.
in sort of half an hour's time, Simon Blackwell reflects that he missed the boat there. He had chances, numerous ones, to win the frame.
14.
But it's gone to Zhao Xingtong. Starting the season at a career high of 3 in the world, and he's taken the opening frame here. It took a bit of winning, and, you know, could easily have lost it, but that's not his problem. He's won it, and he's off and running. Now, the group on table 2, I think you could make a case for any of them. Zach Surety's the top seed, Matt Sell, Andrew Higginson and Gong Chengzi. So it's a tough one to call. As I say, whoever wins it will go into the group that will include the winner of the Xingtong group, plus Lei Pei Fan and Lu Hongyu tomorrow. Gong 56 in front here, so Zach Surety needs a couple of snookers.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Look at the 4 players involved in this group. Who is going to win it? I'm with you, I've got no idea. I think the bottom line is all 4 will fancy the job today, and that could make for a very competitive group.
Yeah, Gong got back on through the Q school. He lost his card but got back on immediately. Just 19 years of age. And Zach Surety maybe had for him a disappointing season just gone, because of course the season before he'd been in a semi-final, he got to the Crucible. But really heavy scorer when he gets going. 42nd in the ranking, so he's in that little group just outside the top 32. Anyway, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has all the action. Surety needing snookers there as we go back to table 1. And Blackwell, as I say, had chances there, but it is Zhao Xingtong leading. David Grace and Gao Yang, the other 2 players in this group.
Yeah, I just wonder what impact that opening frame will have on the mentality of Zhao Xingtong for the remainder of this match now. He's seen that Simon Blackwell was unable to take multiple chances, and, you know, against someone like Xingtong, he'll feed off that. He'll start to think, well, okay, maybe you're not up to the task to beat me today. And he's got that first frame of the season under his belt. If there was any tension, which it never looks like there is, that's been dispelled.
He was here last night, wasn't he, practicing? He was here again this morning, so, you know, we know that several of the big names have missed the event. That's their prerogative, but he's decided to come because, of course, the race is on for the world #1 spot. Judd Trump's been there for the last 2 years, but Xingtong, Wu Yiz and Neil Robertson, they're all in the mix to take over.
14. 15.
He's got that $500,000 coming off at the end of the season, but the only other tournament he played in 2 years ago was the UK Championship, so he's got very few points coming off, whereas Judd Trump, for example, the Saudi Arabia Masters, that's $500,000. It's coming off in the summer on the 2-year rolling ranking system.
$23.
Well, that was not a nice pack to go into from a high black, but hasn't he played it well?
$31.
.82 centuries last season, that was more than anyone. It's worth saying the £100,000 bonus for 100 centuries is no more. So even if you were to get there this season, there wouldn't be any financial reward.
Yeah, it's a shame they've got rid of that. I was looking forward to really competing for that this season. No real incentive to make tons anymore, Dave.
That explains why you didn't make any in the group then.
Exactly. I'm making a stand.
43.
It's some serious scoring though, isn't it? You know, I know a few players, Judd and Neil, have done it, the 100 tons, but 82 in a campaign is superb. And you know, to hit those sort of figures, you have to be at the latter stages of a lot of tournaments, don't you? Because you need more frames to make more tons, and it shows just how good a season it was for him.
Yeah, and also the time he was making them. I mean, that World Grand Prix final, last few frames against Yang Ander, against John Higgins from 7-all in the Players' Championship. He actually made 2, could have had a third. So he was doing the heavy hitting, you know, in theory at the time he was under pressure. But I think we've seen
59.
what can happen if you don't take your chance against him. Simon Blackwell could have won the first frame. This frame already seems to have gone.
Yeah, in a couple of minutes as well, hasn't it? Quick fire stuff from the former world champion. It's exactly that. You know, you don't take your chance.
67.
They free up. They know you're not going to take the chances. They start to feel like they can't lose, and that's a tough competitor to play against.
Well, this is frame ball. We've been going just over 4 minutes in this frame.
$74. $75.
We saw that break last night from Jack Lazowski where he was running round the table, but they smashed the pack off the break and there was absolute cherries on the table. And you know, this frame has been going only slightly longer than that, and it's been a proper frame. Shows how quick he is.
And yet, you know, you look at him, he's not rushing at all, is he? He's like Mark Williams, really. He's just rambling around, but always kind of in the right position, so he's not having to think too much.
It's cue ball control, isn't it? That's all it is. His white is never too far away from where he expects it to be. And it's just on the move, and it just comes to a halt, and he's already
90.
prepared to get down for the shot.
91.
Well, making a century break in the second frame of your season isn't too bad.
Well, it's just been lovely to watch, isn't it? Because he's not been in any trouble, and again, that's
97.
entirely because of the control of the cue ball. Xiao Xing starting out the new campaign with his first century. There'll be one thing we do know: there'll be many, many more to come over the next year. And of course, in these groups, the high break can determine places if everything else is tied. So a cheeky 140 would be in his locker here if he clears up.
Yeah, it feels unlikely that the high break would play a part in this group. But you never know. It's nice to chalk one up anyway.
$113.
Surely that cue ball hasn't had the effrontery to run too far. He's just about on the yellow, is he?
Even that shot just highlights the perfect timing that this lad possesses. That delicate touch. That yellow was so thin, it was So difficult to hold the cue ball there. Did it with ease.
$122.
Well, it's the 48th century we've had at this year's Championship League. Now, last year we had in total 109, so that does tell you about the pockets being more testing maybe. But they don't seem to test this man too much. Struggled to win the first frame, but has completely dominated this frame from shot one. Zhao Xingtong with a magnificent 140 total clearance to take full control of this match, leading Simon Blackwell 2-0. Well, whatever rust was there has soon been shaken off, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Gong Zhengzi did win that frame on table 2, so it's 1-0 to him against Zhak Shirati. Zhao Xingtong back with the hand fan. It's going to get hot today. It's hot now, but later on it's going to be in the 30s here in Leicester, so he's just keeping cool. He's pretty cool though, isn't he, in general, and he certainly took those cool. He was never seemed to be in any difficulty.
Yeah, he's ice cold. He's got ice running through his veins, this lad. That'll keep him cool all day.
Well, of course, he still needs another frame to get the win, and he'll be looking to win 3-0 and make the perfect start, and then he'll have a few hours until he's back for his second 2 matches. Second seed in this group, David Grace, of course, in that position where he's looking to pile points on and take the whole group down to the last match with Zhao Xingtong later on. Dimitri there, the referee, he's had a lot of long matches and long frames, but the way this is going, this will be the opposite.
Yeah, he's got the good shift today, hasn't he? He deserves it as well.
So 2-0, Zhao Xingtong with his first century of the campaign. 140 total clearance. Here we go. He's hoping to complete the whitewash.
How many times do you see a top player respond like that, having been close to losing the opening frame, just play like God in the next? Just, again, illustrates the importance of punishing the mistakes of the top players when they come about.
Well, of course, after the Championship League, he'll be back in China for the Shanghai Masters, which is a huge invitation event, and he could actually play Ding Junhui in the first round. Ding's got to beat another Chinese player first, but that will be... well, the man who started the boom with the man who's picked up the baton. It'd be great to see them. They did play actually last year, I think, in that event, but it'd be great to see them playing again. They played at the Crucible as well, of course, round 2. Shanghai Masters is for the top 16 in the world, plus the top 4 Chinese players outside the 16, and then 4 other Chinese wildcards, so 24 players in total. Now then, he's lining this one up. Well, not too close. Not too close to that one, so Blackwell does get an opening.
Well, that is a surprise. Can't believe how far he's missed that by, considering what we've just seen in the previous frame.
One.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy, but the problem is you see him pot so many of those. It's just the fact that he didn't really threaten the pocket. Maybe it was the surprise after the 140 in the last frame. I think, though, we kind of saw this a little bit with Jack yesterday. The really talented players, you're kind of surprised when they miss anything. You are allowed to miss, you know, because it's a hard game.
Yeah, it's true, actually. We hold them in such high regard that you look at the table and you just think there's no problem balls anywhere. But, as you say, they are allowed to miss. Simon Blackwell's hoping he's not going to miss because he's running out of chances
16.
in this match now. He can't get the 3 points. He can salvage a draw, and even that feels like a tall order at the minute. Well, that was
17.
beautifully controlled. Not just the pot, but look at the cue ball. He couldn't have picked it up and placed it any better with his hand now. Looking at the cluster, they're all a little bit spread, but they're going to need a touch into them. Yeah, nicely done.
22. 23.
What he'd do for a one visit here. Simon Blackwell just to take this match to an interesting last frame. Get a little bit on it.
30. $31.
Well, it's a bit of a tester to continue. And, well, brown it is.
Brown ball.
Just a safety, I think. Pushing the
Simon
brown
Blackwell,
safe with a
31.
31-point lead.
Yeah, well spotted. He came around to have a look at that. He fancied it clearly, but the way he's played the cue ball, almost with an element of safety to it. Perhaps could have played it a little softer, made sure the cue ball pulled up in plenty of time. Finished a little awkward now. The green's not a gimme, but it provides perfect position in terms of the cue ball. It's definitely coming back down this end. So just get the pot, let the white take care of itself.
Simon Blackwell, 1. One.
Well, that cue ball is in lockdown.
8.
Just slightly misjudged the cannon to the reds, and well, he's got no out. Couldn't play a shot there.
8.
I think he can squeeze through to the red closest to right corner, can catch the thin edge. And that's enough to knock it in. Now, needs a little bit of help, and he hasn't got it.
1.
It's made worse now by the fact that that red is over this left corner pocket. How does he pot his way out of trouble from here? Well, he can see the black and just watch him get down and knock this in now I've said that.
Nice big shot in the match. If he misses it, surely leaving that red on. If he gets it, chance to win the match. The frightening thing is, you actually fancied him for it.
I would have been more surprised him to have missed it. I mean, how tough was that from where he was, considering where the red is? And look, he's not even bothered by the red over the corner pocket. He will just save that till later. Dearie me.
Well, we'll see what happens, but if he does win 3-0, you know, there's been chances in 2 of the frames, good ones for Blackwell. He's ahead in this one. Really probably should have won the first, but I think sometimes it does come down to who you're playing and what you know they're capable of, and the reputation that this man has. Of course, he's growing all the time. Worth saying, he's never lost a final either. He's been in 7 professional finals, won them all. He's won his first 6 ranking finals, and there's only Steve Davis, Neil Robertson and Mark Williams have done that. Davis 7, so that'll be the next target.
$23. $24.
Well, he would have liked an angle to bring that red off the side cushion whilst having this red over the corner pocket.
31.
Didn't have it there from the black, so just nestled into the gap for the red to middle, played
32.
perfectly. Now, if he's got a little touch of angle on this blue, he can top it through. Might dislodge the red. Just get a little bit of arc on the cue ball. Should take it close. Is he on the red?
37.
Seems like he can just see it.
Again, it's just great vision and great forward thinking from Zhao Xingtong. A lot of players would have taken that red early in this break, but he was well aware of the scoreboard and the fact that he needed that red on the side cushion in play.
45.
Well, earlier Blackwell did put the brown safe, but Zhao Xingtong's not going to need it. So it's looking like a 3-0 win. As I say, doesn't mean it was all straightforward. But he's come alive again when he needed to. Of course, the real quality came in frame 2, the 140 total clearance.
52.
Already snooker required. Green to lead by 31 with 27 remaining. It's a big chance in this event for some players lower down the list to win a ranking event, maybe for the first time. But they've got a bit of a problem, and he's at the table now because he loves winning, Zhao Xingtong, and he's here. And if he's here, it's because he wants another title.
57.
Yeah, it's so true. We look at this event as an opportunity for those mid-ranked players, but as you rightly say, they've got to beat this guy and a few of the other top players that are here.
60.
Professional snooker has never been tougher.
Yeah, Blackwell will reflect on that first frame. He had chances in this one, but the first frame really should have been his, but couldn't quite get it won. And Zhao Xingtong has got the match won in about 40 minutes. He wins 3-0. The world number 3, the world champion in 2025, off and running. We'll see him later this afternoon. But next on the table, it'll be David Grace against Gao Yang.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Well, that match took just 38 minutes. Simon Blackwell had chances in the opening frame. That's where it kind of went wrong for him initially, missing that pink. He actually got fortunate with the cue ball, but at that point the reds were everywhere, and that was a lot of pressure on that one because he knew he'd be leaving Zhao Xingtong in if he did miss it. But Xingtong just left himself awkward on this one and missed it actually by some distance. So this frame was very much in the balance, the opening frame of the match. Now Blackwell had the last red over this pocket and then missed this yellow with the rest, and you fancied then Zhao Xingtong would not make any more mistake, and indeed he did indeed take the frame out. So it was a bit of a, I suppose for Simon Blackwell, a bit of a chance missed. And of course we saw then what happened in the next frame. Zhao Xingtong just red hot with 140 total clearance. Just a lovely break. So if there's any rust evident in the first frame, the fact that he won it dispelled it all. And then we saw as well, he took out with a break of 60, frame 3. All very nice to watch, unless I suppose if you're his opponent. But Zhao Xingtong, the top seed, and justifying that status as he goes off into the Leicester afternoon. Happy with his work. We'll see him at 4:30 for his next match because he plays last up as well. Next two into the arena, David Grace and Gao Yang.
First frame, Gao Yan to break.
And even though he's not involved in this match, the presence of Zhao Xingtong hangs heavily over it. Must be rather intimidating to be in the same group as him, the way he's capable of playing.
Well, David Grace has got the back-to-back matches as second seed, and that's a terrific pot to start because he's based at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds, one of the oldest and finest snooker clubs in Britain. So gets a lot of really quality practice there. He also organises various pro-ams at the weekend.
Yeah, really good guy, David Grace, 93rd in the world rankings, and he hasn't made the best of starts to the season. Lost his opening match in both the China Open and Wuhan Open qualifiers to Mitchell Mann and Florian Nursler, respectively. 6-2, 5-2.
4.
Yes, he's a player who's sort of become a little stuck in the revolving door of Q School, coming in and out of that a few times. He had to find his way back on at the start of last season. So this is the second year of the 2-year card. He needs a good season to avoid that same fate again. Although he's got a great record actually coming through it. Well, it's a chance just to to get going here, settle in. Didn't fare too well last year, only got 1 point actually, just one draw. It was a tough group. He was in with Zhou Yulong, David Lilly and Ashley Hugel. Drew 2-2 with Hugel.
20.
Snooker man through and through, David Grace. Loves the game, respects it, and when he does well, I think a lot of people are happy. Pleased for him, genuinely.
Yes, he's one of these players, he doesn't sort of pretend that the game's getting in the way of other things. You know, he's not too cool for school. He's a proper snooker lover. He watches it, he plays it, he loves it.
29.
Very talented artist as well. Done paintings of several top players.
In the frame in more ways than one, Dave.
36.
Indeed.
Seven.
Well, this is a really solid start, straight out of the blocks.
Yeah, he's doing this old school thing of picking reds off, building a nice lead, rather than sort of going into them too early, which is understandable because it's frame one. Just trying to settle into conditions here. Sort of judge the table,
43.
how it's playing. But of course, to win the frame at this visit, he's going to have to soon get those reds open.
$50. David Grace, 50.
Well, the break ends at 50. And
Touchable.
nothing available for Gao Yang. Still only 21 years of age, Gao Yang, world number 94. He had a better start to the season than his opponent. He beat Andrew Higginson in the China Open first match, then lost to Ali Carter next time up in that tournament. But he was 4-3 up on Carter, beaten 6-4 in the end. And he beat Bai Lu 5-1 in the Wuhan Open. Made a succession of breaks in that.
Yeah, it seems the longer matches of the World Championship favour him because the last 2 years he's got to the final qualifying round. Of course, this is the opposite. This is a sprint where potentially mistakes can be more significant because of the short length of the matches. Both players a little wary of the red near the right middle pocket. Of course, it's the one that David Grace missed when he was in on that 50. calling for the spider. Or as Dominic Dale always refers to it, the bridge rest.
I think technically he is correct, but he's the only person I've ever known who uses that terminology.
Well, that was a chance to get going again, 50 in front, not to be. Meanwhile, Zach Surety has won a half-hour second frame with Gong Shengzi to make it 1-1 on table 2. I think that's a very difficult group to predict. Matt Selton, Andrew Higginson also, they're very experienced players.
He's a difficult player to predict, Gao Yang, in the sense of his performances are inconsistent, and also, quite often, his shot selections are inconsistent. You think he might take on a particular pot, he refuses it. You think he might refuse it, he goes on the attack. I'll commentate on Gao Yang's match against Jimmy White in the first qualifying round of the World Championship last season. And it was a really strange affair. He won 10-9. Quite often, when he was getting in with chances like this, he was making plenty. He made 2 centuries in that match, but he also missed an awful lot of balls that I think surprised everyone. So, yeah, he is quite difficult to forecast.
Well, he's got a chance here because David Grace made a bit of a mess of that last shot. He's just trying to get back in again with a 50-point lead, but that lead could be whittled down here. Just a lot depends on this first shot, I think. He's red with the rest. He needs the long stuff as well.
He's done really well there, because we've seen that shot missed repeatedly over the course of the first 15 days. And now what an open table. The 2 reds close together, southwest of the pink. They might need to be developed, but the rest of them sitting pretty.
8. 9. 16. 17.
No previous meetings to go on between these two, because Gao Yang's still relatively new to the tour. best run last season performance was to reach the last 32
24.
of the German Masters. But as I say, again, he got to the final round of qualifying for the World Championship. He didn't only beat Jimmy White, he beat Mark Davis, Tom Ford as well, two very experienced players. Hossein Vafai played really well, though, to beat him in the final round. Lei Pei Fan had beaten him 10-9 the previous year in that final qualifying round.
At maximum stretch here. And maybe that affected his timing slightly. Could have possibly dug into the cue ball a little more than he wanted to. But actually, that slightly misplayed positional shot on the black
32.
worked in his favour. Really good to break up the two reds, and now there's no obstacle to winning the first frame from 50 points to 0 down. Enjoyed a sparkling amateur career. He won the World Snooker Federation Junior Open in 2020, age 15. 2024, got to the final of the main WSF Championship. Lost to Kai Wei Chung, who we saw the other day win a group with 9 points. And then he won that WSF Championship last year. That's why he's on tour. And at the age of 21, Dave, he's got scope for considerable improvement.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? He's got age on his side. It's a very tough group with Zhao Xingtong here, so this match already feels big. A draw is no good really to either of them, but if you can win this match, then you just maybe on Xingtong's tail a little bit. Well, okay, he was slightly hampered, but that's still surprising. But he's been fortunate. Yeah, he raises his hand because the red's in the path of the other red to the yellow pocket.
And that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Just when you think he's absolutely in stroke, a mistake like that is made. And now this first frame takes on extra importance because whoever loses it will feel aggrieved. A, because Grace led 50-0, and B, because Gao has already wasted a chance to clear.
Well, it's actually very like the first frame in the Zhao Xingtong-Simon Blackwell match where, you know, either of them could have won it a few times before Xingtong eventually did. Well, it's long red. He's a potential. Now it's in the lap of the gods.
You can't moan about that one. But Grace has the ability to now take control tactically. And that's what he's done. this is where Grace, the senior man by 20 years of these two, will definitely have the edge. The knowledge when it comes to safety exchanges. Still a pretty open table this, so both players acutely aware any mistake on this penultimate red could be costly. Table though a little less open now.
Well, as he covered the potting angle, his look on Grace's face suggests he maybe just has. Well, I don't know, from that angle, I think he can get through. No. So it's become very cagey. 4 points in it on the last two reds. Still 1-1, Zach Shirting, Gong Shengzi. That's the first match on table 2. Remember, the respective group winners will go into the same group tomorrow that already includes Lei Pei Fan and Lu Hongyu.
I might be proven wholly incorrect, but I think this is one of the most straightforward groups to predict. I know he's got the 3-0 win under his belt already, Zhao Xintong, so I am coming to the party late, I suppose. But yeah, on paper this looked like he was a massive favourite to me.
Yeah, I mean, he should be, shouldn't he? He's world number 3 and all the rest of it, but it's always a question mark. I think that first match, you know, if you slip up there, then the door opens, but he didn't. He won 3-0, as you say. So everyone else already playing catch-up.
So of course, if Zhao Xintong or Gao Yang wins this group and Gong Chenzi wins over on table 2 today, it would be an all Chinese Group A tomorrow. Eight Chinese players through so far to the last 32, exactly a quarter of the field.
It's getting cagier still.
The frame started brightly. Grace in almost immediately with a break of 50. Lost position. Then Gao Yang replied. And he was in to clear before missing quite a simple red to middle. And now this impasse, which has just been broken.
Yeah, that last red definitely pots as well, the one next to the brown.
1.
Well, in fact, if the brown pots as well, even better. Seems it does. Got away with a couple along the way there, Gao Yang, but let's see now, as he's in front in the frame, if he can clinch it.
And all of his work will be at this end of the table. The brown puts him 6 in front. And now yellow to blue. We'll see him home and dry.
10.
Horrible shots to take on these. You're just got to pick the potting angle, what you think is the right one, and then commit.
Yes, if it's going to unravel, it's going to be here. Yeah. Caught that near jaw. Yeah, it's just where he left him on it, where he left himself on it, made it more difficult. So David Grace, after all that, with a really good chance now to win this frame.
Needs brown, blue and pink. with the extended rest, this can be difficult to judge. Well, he didn't try and do too much with that.
12.
And consequently, from mid-distance, this pink is so easily missed.
Yeah, because he's not on its spot, is it? It's to the left of the spot. But it is to win the first frame. Yeah, really good pot from David Grace. He was relieved to get the chance on the green, and he's taken it out well. So David Grace, after a bit of a battle there in the first frame, leads Gao Yang 1-0. Table 2 is certainly a battle. They're only in the third frame there, and Zach Surety, who won the second to level up 1-1 with Gong Chengzi, at the table here, 2 points in front on the last red. He's the top seed in this group, but it is a very hard group to predict. Matt Selt, a bit of a Championship League specialist. Andrew Higginson, of course, loads of experience there. And Gong Chengzi, like Higginson, back on through the Q school. So they've all got a bit of a claim, I think.
And potting the black does him a favour here. So now he's 10 points in front on arrival on the colours, so only yellow, green and brown needed. Won't have to think too much about positional requirements off the brown, and that means he might be able to play it at moderate pace, which would make the pot a lot easier than if he had to smash it. His stance is very similar to another former professional from Essex, Mark King. Both knees are bent. Well, that was a delightful shot from Surety, who, when he's flowing, is excellent.
So 1-0 to David Grace here on table 1. This is the second match of the day in Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League. Zhao Xingtong's already beaten Simon Blackwell 3-0. Surety potted that brown, so it looks like 2-1 to him. That's a group. I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few draws in that group. I think they could be very tight on table 2.
They've had quite a wait to play, haven't they, Dave? Day 16 and finally making their entrance.
Not such a wait to play the next group. It'll be tomorrow. Meanwhile, immediate chance here for Gao Yang. Remember, all this ends on Wednesday next week. We'll have the 2 final groups and then the final, the best of 5 final afterwards. Ooh, wow. Not to be. And he's surprised, I think.
He can't believe it. I'll tell you what, these pockets have been tight. We've been talking about it repeatedly, literally hundreds of times. But if there's one pocket that's especially tight, it's that one.
1.
Multiple wobbles in the jaws, but it didn't find gravity. Grace missed his intended positional cannon.
16.
And now it's a case of 16 in run for cover, run for the hills.
David Grace 16.
Well, he's opened reds up, and he was concerned. He was at the table waiting to see where the cue ball would finish. Not great for him, really. It's red down the right-hand side available for David Grace. And, of course, other reds to go at now that he's opened them up, Gao Yang. But it starts with this pot. And it's not in. But it could all have finished worse for Grace there.
He's been a career journeyman, David Grace, but he has sampled the big time. Semi-finalist at the Northern Ireland Open in 2020, and also, even more notably, he made the last four of the UK Championship in 2015. Beat the likes of Jack Lazowski, Peter Ebden and Martin Gould there.
A couple of years ago, because the Home Nations events are seeded in a specific way. He drew Karen Wilson in all of them. I think that in the fourth one he didn't qualify, but he would have played him if he qualified. But he played him in the first three. It wasn't ideal because, of course, Karen that year was on fire. He won 4 ranking titles. So obviously, you know, luck of the draw does come into it. They're all difficult matches, but some feel more difficult than others. In the main stages, when you're playing an established player on the main table, they're always going to be favourite.
Yeah, I saw a headline appertaining to that. Good headline, actually. Draw does Grace no favours. I like that one. And that pocket's doing Gao Yang no favours.
Well, it's like sort of Gandalf, isn't it? You shall not pass.
Well, the closest Gandalf connection to snooker, Dave, I think you know the story. He was staying at the Midland Hotel in Manchester when we did the Tour Championship.
When you say he, you mean Sir Ian McKellen?
Ian McKellen, yeah, sorry, yeah. But you know what I mean. Yeah, Sir Ian McKellen, the great actor who played Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, he was staying at the Midland Hotel in Manchester when we were there for the Tour Championship.
I've got a better one than that. Sir Ian McKellen, he wasn't a Sir then, performed on the opening night at the Crucible Theatre.
A lot less tenuous than me.
Anyway, we continue with this frame. And it's kind of a little bit carrying on from the first frame, really.
1. Blue ball.
What a wonderful shot, because he's always leaving that red on if he misses the blue. So that was a huge shot to play, and he played it brilliantly.
6.
Yeah, you can rest assured that Gao Yang will knock in a few very big balls, but then he's susceptible to missing the easy ones, as we saw in the first frame with that red to middle, the penultimate red.
Gao Yan 6.
Yeah, a very inconsistent player. Normally when you talk about inconsistency, it might be from tournament to tournament or match to match. I think he is inconsistent in a single frame.
One.
Very calm, accurate swerve to pop the red, and now he can really control the tactical agenda.
Yellow ball.
Well, you could understand that shot entirely. Wanted to break up the reds to give himself more chance of a big break should he safety force it. The only problem with that was a red has dropped very close to a pocket, although this is the pocket that's in this frame tormented Gao Yang on more than one occasion.
One. Gao Yan 1.
Well, it's really well done, because it's a very scrappy frame. That was needed good cueing, but also real focus. But what will it lead to? The problem is when you get a scrappy frame, balls run awkward. So he's going to have to sort of try and piece together something here. There's a couple of reds in the open, otherwise you're going to have to develop balls. At least the black is available and we're back on its spot here. Blue on its spot, so you know it's some sort of chance here to score.
The red is so close to the middle pocket, but the way they are cut, these middles, I think Grace thought about it for a nanosecond and realised that there wasn't room to manoeuvre it in.
9.
Well, there was room to manoeuvre the blue in, but it didn't go in.
There's Grace 9.
Bad miss, that. Well, certain shots are good, certain shots are bad, certain shots are harmful, and the occasional shot is embarrassing. Caught the wrong red.
Yeah. And there's now a good 4 or 5 reds in the Open, actually. He's already in front, so he can just build a good lead here. It would make him favourite in the frame. He's the sort of player I think, you'd fancy to close down a frame from in front with balls awkward. All those practice sessions with the likes of Peter Lyons at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. Didn't play on this red, and he is hampered on it. But the blue's over the pocket. Good job, really.
9.
Yeah, he put it there.
He's such a snooker fan. The first time he played at the Crucible, because on the dressing rooms they put a little nameplate of the player's
14.
name, so they know which dressing room to go into. And, well, let's just put it this way, he liberated it. And he's stuck somewhere at home, just as a sign that he played there for the first time. He's played there since. In fact, the first year he played there, it was 2017, it was the 40th anniversary, so they had the big night with the former champions, and then all the players playing in that year's tournament got to go out onto the stage and have their picture taken with the Thorburns and the Taylors and, the great names, Steve Davis, all the rest of them. Next year, of course, it'll be the 50th anniversary celebration.
22.
Well, the Champions Parade, that's got to be a must.
Three.
It will be a poignant occasion, mind you. Ray Reardon passed away recently. Terry Griffiths also. Yeah, a lot of the old champions are with us no more. John Spencer, the inaugural champion at the Crucible in 1977. Alex Hurricane Higgins. Yeah. Well, now where the balls are, 45 in front with 59 on.
26.
That's a very healthy lead.
Yeah, I just don't think he's the sort of player who's going to just sort of do anything rash, which he's going to force the table to open up. He doesn't need to, and I don't think he will. Well, doesn't need to now because he's potted that,
27.
and this black put him 53 in front with 51 on. So it's not been the plainest sailing, but he's sort of potting the crunch balls in this match. He did so at the end of the first frame, of course. The pink he potted actually, you know, was missable.
$34.
Now, this is the kind of red you want to go for if your opponent needs snookers. Yeah, well done. That looked like the most simple pot imaginable, but it had to be struck with real accuracy and at that pace. So all doubt about the frame pretty much removed.
$40.
So David Grace, second seed behind Zhao Xingtong, guaranteed a point and going all out for the 3-0 win now to match Zhao Xingtong's victory over Simon Blackwell 3-0. And to put himself into position with another match to play, of course, against Blackwell to challenge Xingtong later
43.
to win this group.
43 in the frame.
So
David
he
Grace.
slogged his way through that frame, he got the lead, and then that last visit he made count. 2-0 it is to David Grace. As I say, he's now guaranteed a point. Well, the first match on table 2 is a bit of a marathon, but it looks like it might be coming to an end here. Zhak Surety lost the first frame to Gong Shengzi, but leading 2-1. He's 36 in front. Golden chance to get the 3 points. He is the top seed, Surety, in this group. Group 32 of 32. Of course, Group 1 is on table 1. And yeah, he's got a bit of a spring in his step now. It's been, as I say, quite a long match, but looks like he's going to get the 3 points.
He played a remarkable match when he made his Crucible debut. He drew Ding Junhui in the first round. In the first 4 frames, he could not pot a ball. He was so nervous. And then for the rest of the match, well, at times, he was outstanding. Ding got the verdict in the end. But all in all, it was a really good debut.
Yeah, he went on a scoring rampage. That had to be seen to be believed in the middle of the match. Well, snooker's already required. This black, he's going to put it to bed for sure. It'll be 3 needed with the black. 60 in front, 51 on. So Zhak Surety, he's going to be the winner there. And then it's Matt Selt against Andrew Higginson. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel with all the coverage from table 2. Can Gao Yang get on the board here? He trails 2-0. As best he can do now is a draw.
Thank you. 1.
Good pot. He wanted to rub the black though. Turn it over slightly.
Go Jan, 1.
Well, that was delicate. Yeah, it was risky. He needed to play that at pretty much dead weight. So is this the scoring visit that ignites Gao Yang's fight back?
1. Go Jan, 1.
Well, that pocket is not helping him, but more really he was focusing on going into the reds there. You see this a lot, in fairness. Just a bit awkward just getting to the cue ball here. Got to be very careful with those fingers. I'm sure the referee's keeping close watch. But it's in, so this is his first chance to win this match 3-0.
That really was a superb shot at that pace. What an obvious chance now. Gao Yang broke up the reds. Grace could well be the beneficiary.
6. Seven. 14. 15. 21. 22. 26. $27.
So far, so good. Of course, he made 50 frame 1, and then it got very sticky after that. But frame 2 got in, made a nice break, eventually to win the frame. So it's just a question of whether he can continue here.
$32.
Well, it's another one of these cutbacks. No great drama.
33.
Just looking now to recover ideal position here.
Match 2 on table 2, just about to begin. All English affair between Matthew Selt and Andrew Higginson. Well, it was a good recovery pot, but the 2 little kisses he had on the reds were no use.
David Gray, 38.
Well, I can tell you that the temperature today in Leicester, a few moments ago, broke the all-time record for July the 9th in history. But David Gray seems quite cool to me. He's not played a spectacular match, but he's been far better than his opponent. So not yet 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Dave, and the temperature is 88 degrees Fahrenheit here in Leicester. That's the daily record of all time. And given the weather during this tournament, I think conditions have held up brilliantly. First week, massive heat wave. Second week, cooler temperatures, but still warm, and then the heat has returned now.
Well, I wonder what the temperature is in the commentary box. It's probably warmer than it is outside, because of course we have to shut the door. Gao Yang kind of holding on here. He has had chances. It's been a very inconsistent performance from him.
Looking at the value of a possible shot to nothing plant. You could see the way they were configured. It had to be made. And the main thing was the safety aspect of the shot.
Well, that's okay. And the chance could come yet. It's just he hasn't really looked too assured in the balls, Gao Yang. He's been very mixed, as I say, from him. Maybe that he just needs a bit of time in matches to sort of find his way. Because as I say, his record in those best in 19s, he's really good the last 2 years. He's won 3 of them in the World Qualifiers each year. So, of course, in a longer match, you can afford to have a bad start, an off spell. But in these shorter matches, not really.
And that's borne out the way he played against Jimmy White in that first qualifying round at the World Championship last year. He was 5-1 down. Played poorly to begin with. Got better as the day went on and got the verdict 10-9. But he's not going to get the verdict here if he continues to leave chances like this.
No, he caught the red too thick, and that's why he's stuck this red for David Grace. 36 in front.
One. Six.
Well, he's actually on 3 reds here. 1 to right middle. A couple of others to the top left-hand pocket, but none of them provide obvious position. Very good indeed. Very good indeed. That could be the beginning of the end for this match. It should be, really. Look where they are.
Well, it may not have been the sort of Hollywood snooker, if you like, of Zhao Xingtong, but David Grace just looking to match the result. With another match to play next against Simon Blackwell. As long as he doesn't lose that, then going into the last match with Zhao Xingtong, he will still be able to win the group. Well, it hasn't worked out, so he's not there yet. 51 the lead.
Yellow ball.
59 still available. Put in the yellow safe.
Yeah, old stager that he is, knows exactly what to do to protect a lead.
Phone miss. David Grace 4.
Can't really afford to be giving 4 points away at this stage. And if you can just clip this red in, then that should be that, barring snookers.
Normally we talk about the second seed. If they can win their first 2 matches, they put the top seed under pressure. I think that would be an exaggeration because Zhao Xingtong is not under pressure at all. The snooker world is his oyster. Maybe we could say Grace could give something to Zhao to think about.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to make Xingtong win the group, not just sort of everyone lie down for him. And, of course, draws in the other matches would help Zhao Xingtong, but this seems unlikely to be a draw unless there's a late twist here in this frame.
Yeah, because Gao Yang looks a little dispirited. He's played a poor match. Safeties where the cue ball limps just past the middle pocket will not do.
Well, Grace needs one red, and it should be 3-0.
One.
Already, it's 2 snookers needed.
Black ball.
Push the black to a cushion because, of course, Gao Yang would need blacks as well, so put that safe, I guess. Well, he's sort of half going to pot it, but anyway, either way, Gao Yang up against it.
And with Grace's street smarts, getting a couple of successful snookers and then clearing up for Gao, best described as extremely unlikely.
One.
Has to pot a big colour here.
Yeah, I think the handshake is coming. So David Grace has got exactly the result he was looking for. A 3-0 win over Gao Yang, and the second seed, David Grace, will stay on in 5 minutes' time. He's up against Simon Blackwell.
Yes. Yes.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
After winning a match 3-0, what's better than to stay out there? That's what's happening to David Grace at the moment. A 3-0 winner over Gao Yang in his first match. Now he takes on Simon Blackwell. Another victory here, 3-0 or 3-1, would see him top the table at the halfway point. Indeed, a 2-all draw would. But that would open the door for Zhao Xintong, the former world champion, because Zhao has 2 matches in the second session. One at 4:30 against Gao Yang, the other against Grace, to finish off proceedings this evening. As for Blackwell, well, after a 3-0 defeat, theoretically he could win the group, but he has to turn on the afterburners, if you like, and run through the next couple of matches. Plus, hope results go in his favour.
Yeah, I spoke with Simon Blackwell in the practice room after his 3-0 loss in the opening game to Zhao Xintong. He's using a new cue, some new equipment with him. Not been using it all that long, and he said his legs were shaking out there in the first frame against Zhao, and you could sense that actually. He looked particularly anxious in amongst the balls. A number of bad strikes, and of course in that company he was punished heavily. Wow. Wow, what a fluke that is. Oh my goodness me, the blue
6.
has hit the back of the pocket and it's been bullied into the other middle. Well, how cursed have you got to be to not land on a red?
6.
That's what he'll be thinking anyway. A snooker player mindset. It was a good result for David Grace against Gao Yang, and particularly winning that match 3-0. You know, those results make a big difference come the end of play. But obviously the man to beat in this group is Zhao Xingtong, who also got the 3-0 verdict.
Green.
But we saw last night with Jack Lazowski and Liam Highfield how those frames make a difference come the end of play. The fact Jack only needed the draw in that match despite both players being unbeaten, so Dave will want to try and continue his perfect start today.
4. Five. Ten.
The session on table 1 well ahead of the proceedings on table 2, where the second match, Matthew Sultan, Andrew Higginson, they've only completed 1 frame. Higginson won it,
David
thanks
Grace,
largely
10.
to a break of 53.
Good long red from Dave. He was left it, and it was a nice shot to have because the cue ball was taking care of itself, and it's pulled up short, so he can take this yellow onto middle and get back down the table.
Not a banger of the balls, is he, Grace? He tries to float them around. Happy playing it.
4.
A slow pace for many shots. Old school in that regard.
Yeah, you could say he plays with a bit of grace.
I like it.
Eleven. Twelve.
Now, if he's going to go into the reds, he'd like to catch the second red pretty much in a direct line to the black, not the first one. Just push that second one out of the way beyond the first one to this right corner. Just like that. Had to catch that one. If he missed it, he was on nothing.
19.
Have you practiced much with David over the years, Stephen?
I haven't, you know, and yeah, I don't know why, because I've spent quite a lot of time actually practicing in the Northern Snooker Centre where David is based, but I've more often than not practiced with Oliver Lines, Peter
25.
Lines, Sanderson Lamb. Yeah, I can't remember ever playing with Dave, but he's always in there. Well, at least for half the day.
He was in here until then. Not the best positional shot to get onto that red, but I still expected him to pot it.
One.
So quite simply, Blackwell has to get going. He won a Q Tour event last year in Albania, beating one of our group winners in the final, Mark Joyce.
Eight.
Yeah, as I say, he was telling me in the practice room about his new cue that he's using, and
Nine.
says he's been hitting the ball like a dream on the practice table, but it's a completely different game out there in the arena, and you never really fully have confidence over your equipment until you start playing well on the match table. And that's what Simon Blackwell is experiencing at the moment. There's a few shots that are just catching him out.
16.
And particularly in that game against Zhao Xingtong, you can notice where he's missing the balls too. He's missing a lot of them thick. And that's because his old cue was around about 8.4 millimeters, the diameter of the tip. He's now playing with 9.5, I believe he said. It's quite a significant change. Doesn't sound a lot, but it's massive.
And tips are so integral to how a player can perform. If you've got no confidence in your tip, if you don't like it, forget it.
Yeah, and under pressure, that's where it really tells, because you have to rely fully on being confident with what you're using.
25.
You know, the muscle memory of all the hours of practice, the body, the cue has just got to know what to do. Otherwise you get too involved mentally and it can just spiral out of control. Well, I myself haven't practiced with David Grace all that much over the years, but on a number of occasions when I've been in the Northern Snooker Centre, I have seen Simon Blackwell practicing with Dave, so they'll be well
31.
aware of one another's games and one another's capabilities. And I'm sure that Simon will feel much more comfortable in this match. He won't have practiced a lot, if at all, with Zhao Xingtong over the years, and stage fright comes to mind, paired with the lack of confidence over the equipment in that opening game. But the fact he's practiced with David, he'll be feeling pretty comfortable playing against him.
Yeah, I think Zhao's reputation, deservedly, is so glowing that maybe he's got an intimidation factor now as well.
Simon Blackwell, 39.
The break ends at 39, and look at the table. Grace only 10 adrift, more than capable of erasing that and then pushing on.
One.
He stayed down there on that blue because he wasn't convinced he'd potted it. He missed a
6.
straightforward blue in his previous match against Gao Yang. It didn't cost him, but he almost carelessly overcut that.
David Grace, 6.
Ice cream man is back. Stephen, he's done a roaring trade while we've been here. The weather's been excellent throughout. Well, not if you're a penguin, but you know what I mean.
You seen many penguins in Leicester?
Strangely, no. Two reds left, all the balls open. The next mistake could be the most costly. Now this is handy.
Yeah, it's not that straightforward to hit, actually. The two cushion, it's quite a narrow line. Left side cushion, top cushion into the reds. It's quite a small target that way. It's bigger this way. Trying to get into the back of them. Well, it's not a bad line, but I think it's short. It's
Full miss.
well short.
Simon Buckle, 4.
Keen observation, that. This time just a little more juice. Well escaped. While we're in this impasse, let me quickly tell you, Matt Selt, thanks to a break of 65, has equalised against Andrew Higginson on table 2, 1-1. The touch of a surgeon. He's laid 2 potentially troublesome snookers, Simon Blackwell, and gained nothing for them. And now, by playing that cautious shot, he might well have lost the safety initiative.
Yeah, it's funny because when the balls are so close together like that and it's a bit tip for tap, it's hard to actually gain the advantage. But it's quite easy to lose it if you play a shot like Simon did. Just ask Dave to put him in trouble, really. And he needs to get the pace of this shot right. He could push one onto the middle pocket, potentially. Or leave it to the corner. And it all goes back to that little shot that Simon Blackwell played that he thought was quite innocent. It could be costly.
One.
I would upgrade could to should. Now that the first red's in.
Eight. Nine.
Let's assume he pots the black. He's therefore 8 points to the good. So from there he will need yellow, green, brown and blue. And that, as they say across the pond,
16.
is on a dime.
Yeah, he couldn't have played that any better, really. He used all the pocket with the black, but cue ball was
18.
absolutely perfect. So David Grace looking likely to extend his perfect run of frames so far today.
21.
And if anything, just asking the question of Zhao Xingtong, just putting him under a little bit of pressure, whether he feels it or not.
$25.
These are the kind of frame balls you wish for.
$30. $36.
And this is the kind of start to a group
David
you
Grace,
wish for.
in the frame. David
4
Grace.
frames played by David Grace. All 4 of them won. He leads Simon Blackwell 1-0.
Well, Phil, the Championship League has a history of throwing up some outrageous flukes. What about this?
The world was against him, and then the snooker gods were very much for him. Is that worth an apology? Because he was unlucky, actually, because he hit the blue very nicely. It hit the back of the pocket.
Hit it too well, didn't he? You know, when you go at the blue with that sort of pace and, you know, possibly just cueing down on the cue ball a fraction, it would have been jumping by the time it hit the blue. That caused the blue to leave the bed of the table, and you don't see it very often, but it can happen.
Something about the Championship League and flukes, of course, the greatest one of all time was Scott Donaldson, and that involved the blue, actually. It was a red he fluked, but the red went straight around the blue, sort of arced with all the side. It's an impossible shot to describe. It's still on YouTube. Check it out. You won't believe it.
And it's funny because Simon Blackwell, the little grin he had after the let's be honest, half-hearted apology to David Grace because of the fluke. He's probably thinking he's unlucky that he's not landed on a red.
Second frame, David Grace to break.
Grace looking to power on. The majority of double kisses in that kind of situation are expensive. Has Grace got away with that one in keeping with the rest of his morning, which has gone really nicely?
Foul, David Grace 4.
Again, another example there of a shot being played with side that Simon Blackwell just isn't judging correctly at the minute with the new cue. It wasn't a lot of side he was playing with, but it was enough to completely misjudge the contact to the red. Had to avoid the red, and he just caught it, so Simon Blackwell has got this chance.
One.
Well, like Grace before him, Blackwell needed to avoid a red, and he caught it. Now the black, yeah, it's on. It's available. It is a pot. But it would be so tough.
Brown.
So mentally draining to take it on. Yeah, I don't blame him.
Salmon buckle. 1.
By the way, Stephen, you know, we were saying before in the first match that David Grace is a snooker man through and through. I suppose it was in the stars because he was born the week of the Dennis Taylor-Steve Davis Blackpool final in '85.
He remembers watching it as well. It's funny how you hear those sort of stories in all sports, don't you? You know, with the stars aligned for a particular individual to take up that game.
One.
Really good pot with position attached. Held the cue ball nicely. So are things looking up for Blackwell?
Yeah, it's a bit of a feel-good pot, that, actually. Okay, he was straight enough on it. And again, look at the difference when a shot is having to be played with no side at all. He's finding that accuracy, but when there's a little bit of angle and a trace of side is being used, that's what's catching him out. Needs to score now, though.
$16. $17.
Well, whether it was a cue or not, he's looking at his tip. He got into that far,
24.
and about 17 more fars too much.
Yeah, again, just needed a little, if anything, a trace more reverse side on the cue, just to take him completely out of danger. But it's not so much the side that was the problem there, it was the fact he's overhit it by about 4 feet.
Salmon buckle. 24.
And that wasn't the best either. That's why he walks away in disgust. Yeah, and that's why you walked away in disgust as well.
Now Dave can play into the quartet of reds beneath the pink. I think it'd be wise to do that here. A little bit of screw takes it away from them. Guaranteed red to middle or red above the black. You would think he's going to be on one of them. He's okay.
8.
Good decision.
He made a 50 break against Gao Yang on his first scoring visit. The rest of the day, Not a great amount of scoring power, even though he's get to lose a frame.
Nine.
He'd love to put that to rights here and make a big one.
Twelve. $13.
Just dug into the cue ball slightly too much. Yes, the black still goes, but this is now a really tricky one, and he should have been much better on it.
$20. $21.
Could get through to that red to middle. It was clearly tight, but now what an opportunity.
$27. $28. $35. $36. $42.
Well, he's had a couple of crisis moments in this break, but now it's looking quite healthy. Still though, Stephen, work to be done, because if he pots the black, he'll be 29 ahead and still 59 there.
If he's got the angle, he'd quite like to play over that red one off the cushion right side. Thought he might have played it there because he was perfect
50.
enough on that black to do so. He only needs those two reds as well. This one and that one I just mentioned.
51.
Bit too much angle to float in behind this one on left side cushion, so it'd be across the table again. Just wants it to run. He's a big old lad, is
57.
Dave. I wonder if he can just reach this.
Well, he's lucky here because he's 36 in front, so red, black, and snookers would be required. So maybe he doesn't have to do an awful lot with the cue ball.
That's why I think he should have played on this red from the previous black while he had that red in open play, because it would have given him a couple of more options. He can't get away from the cushion either here. As you say, he only needs red and black, but if he pots the red, the black is missable.
$58.
Frame ball. Tendency with these kind of shots to overcut them if you're going to miss them. But Grace finds nothing but the pocket.
65.
His highest break of the session. And now just trickle this one in and there's no way back. Grace isn't pulling up any trees, but he's playing nicely.
Yeah, he's just doing enough at the minute, isn't he? He's just playing better than the people he's playing against.
73.
And as I say, obviously the man to be in this group is
Grace,
Zhao Xing-Tong,
73.
but at the minute
Okay.
David Grace is
David
just
Grace.
putting him under a little bit of pressure.
Indeed he is. Yeah, with a 70-plus break, David Grace doubles his lead. He's played 5 frames so far today, and he's not lost one yet. 2-0. Much slower going collectively over on table 2. Zach Surety won the first match over there. Highlighted a 3-1 win over Gong Chenzi with a break of 68. The second match is still going on. We thought this one would be tight. This match, this group. And that's how it's turning out. Matthew Selt and Andrew Higginson, 1 frame each. And the third, very much up for grabs. Good to see Andrew Higginson back on the tour. Had a fairy tale run many years ago at the Welsh Open. He wasn't well known at all. In fact, almost a total unknown. And yet, he started winning matches, couldn't stop, got to the final, en route, made a 147. It was the stuff of dreams. But Neil Robertson ripped up the script.
He's a good player, isn't he, Andrew? He's old school. He knows a lot about the game. There's nothing he hasn't seen. And I am with you. It's great to see him back on the professional circuit. He's had a tough time of it the last couple of years, Andrew. Hopefully now he's back enjoying his snooker and results are going to start coming.
Didn't want the in off. That's avoided. But the red will clip, you can tell from Selt's reaction. The black's awkward, nothing else is. And the black will be redundant anyway because Higginson won't require it if he clears. Nobody let that cue ball get away from him. The upshot of frame 2 on table 1. Simon Blackwell now pretty much out of the reckoning in terms of going into the second phase tomorrow. The best he can do, draw this match and then win his last one. That's 4 points. Not going to do it. You know, in the very first frame of his first match, he potted a red identical to that, made 50 against Gao Yang. Got some confidence flowing, and it's being maintained.
It's a great shot to have, that opening red, because it's a good indicator as to how you're feeling or how you're playing, where your game's at. If you're knocking them in consistently, you're in good stroke, and you tend to be match sharp, to be honest. So it's good to see Dave knocking them in after, in all honesty, a disappointing start to the season. He won't be pleased with that strike. That was
David Grace 4.
a proper wide. Simon Blackwell shakes his head in disgust at the fact he's not been left a red. I don't think he can complain too much, to be honest. He's had enough chances.
Yes, Stephen, you mentioned Grace's start of the season. Lost his first match in both the China Open and the Wuhan Open to Mitchell Mann and Florian Nursler, respectively. But he's got the chance for revenge because he's drawn Nursler again in the Shenzhen Open qualifiers taking place here at the Mattielli Arena week after next. Grace plays Mikhail Subachik in the British Open and Deng Haowei in the English Open. Well, this time, the red from distance is overcut. Can Blackwell punctuate Grace's 100% frames won record so far? I can tell you on table 2 with a green to pink clearance. Matt Selt won a very low scoring third frame, 46-34. So after being 1-0 down to Andrew Higginson, he leads 2-1.
7.
Again, Simon finds himself in a position where he's got multiple reds in open play. And doing the right thing here, just checking, is the pink spot available? Because if it's not, it's going to be tied up straight away on the black spot with a red next to it. That's actually a good thing.
13.
The pink spot is available, because now he can plan his route to that red by the black spot. The sooner he gets rid of that, the better. Not much point in playing on the
14.
black until that is potted. And he can play on it here.
Not a bad pot. 16th in the Q School Order of Merit, Simon Blackwell. So he's not going to make an awful lot of starts on the Pro Tour this season. He'll be concentrating his attention on the Q Tour to try and get promotion from that.
Well, I just can't believe the shot he's just played. There's approximately 0 sense behind it unless this red pots. He's potted the pink to tie that up, and then now he's just potted the black to tie that up.
Yeah, I thought that, when he played it, I thought he must think this red goes.
But why leave it to chance? He was perfect on the blue to stun down the gap for that red by the black spot. He's going to do very well to win the frame at this visit now. And to be honest, he has brought that about himself. Just poor shot selection. And he's gradually becoming more and more out of position as this break goes along now.
And as if to corroborate Stephen's analysis, incorrect side of the blue. So in the end, gave up on the break. Took the 5 extra points, and at least he's left the table with a good outcome. In fact, a very good outcome. On more than one occasion in this match, Grace has shown an amazing ability to just nestle into the reds pretty much at perfect pace. There, though, came up short. Now, though, he's got the problems with the unavailability of pink and black.
Well,
he's judged that nicely. And a good decision to play into the pink and reds there. Okay, it's not worked out perfectly, but
6.
it's pushed those into play, and it was a gamble. The pink could have been perfectly in play. I think he's okay on this red to middle, actually. He can screw down for the pink.
Seven.
We've seen this shot prove so troublesome, especially to the top left-hand pocket. This is spiteful, this pocket.
Yeah, he's hit the red to middle really badly, actually. He's pulled up the cue ball as 6 inches too short. This is a smelly shot to have. No fun at all, these.
David Gray, 7.
Well, he looked mildly surprised. Yeah, the overhead gives us an indication that the pink did leave the cushion somewhat. Well, he's looking to pop this red with the rest. He's had a look to see whether it squeezes past the 3. It seemed extremely tight to me, that. Especially into a blind bag.
Yeah, I think Simon Blackwell, because of what's gone before, the struggles he's facing with the equipment he's using, I think his composure is starting to evaporate.
So, did he choose to use a new cue, or was he forced into it?
Yeah, he said something about his ferrule on his old cue and that it split at the bottom. So it's not necessarily something that would force a player to get in a new cue. You can have that repaired. Maybe he just wanted a change, and that was a reason to do it.
6.
Yeah, it is a massive gamble, messing around with cues. It's a gamble that can pay off, clearly. But it's also a gamble that can blow up and cause a player to have a string of bad performances, bad results. That was just a bad shot into a straight-in middle pocket.
David Gray, 6.
Yeah, the issue with a new cue mainly is the lack of match practice on the match table, because, as I said earlier, I've got no doubt he's knocking them in for fun on the practice table, Simon Blackwell. But it's different out there. The balls move differently, the tables play differently. The more matches you play, the quicker you adapt. Of course, another issue he's got is that he's not going to be playing in all that many World Snooker tournaments this season because, as he said, he's ranked 16th on that order of merit. Gets him in this and probably the shootout. That's it.
Yeah, actually going to the China Open to start the season, and encouragingly won a match against quite a talented player in Matthias Baranovsky. Won that 6-3, but then was beaten 6-1 next time out by Ian Burns. The willingness to change cues these days, very different to what it was in the 80s and 90s. Then if you badly damaged your cue, or it was lost, or you felt you had to get a new one, then it was almost calamitous.
Yeah, I actually think it's become a bit of a trend for players to just change their cue for not really, you know, a valid enough reason, in my opinion. I think if you're struggling with your equipment, or you've identified an area of your game that your equipment isn't helping, absolutely change. But players chop and change far too frequently now, and that cannot do you any good. Completely scrambles your brain out there. I changed my cue last year. I got a new cue made from Dave Coots in Lincoln, who made my original cue, which I had handmade when I was 12 years old. I'd used that right up until last year when I was 30, so I'd used the same cue for so long, but I had identified that my old cue, the wood was far too flexible for these conditions. I was getting far too much cue ball deflection, to the point where it was just guesswork over distance, and that was something I addressed. And having spoken with Dave about, you know, how wood actually works and fully understanding what a piece of wood should do for me on a snooker table was something I'd never been aware of. You know, I'd never invested the time to get too involved with that. I just played, but now I understood why I was missing certain shots. That's why I made the change, and it's helped.
Well, this could be a bit of a tip-tap situation. Well, I suppose you could say gauntlet thrown down. He's left the red to the green bag. Horrible shot to take on, but you can knock it in. Yeah, Simon Blackwell rolled the dice there. And it was no good. Especially considering that Grace could just birdie the red in, knowing that the pink was hanging over the pocket. Did he just run out of patience there, Blackwell? Or was that a calculated gamble?
I think it was, yeah. I think it was, you know, sort of go on, Dave, have a go at that red kind of thing. But you don't really want to ask those questions of professional snooker players, because they're going to pop them. So, especially with the position of the pink, it was a little bit of a shot to nothing, I suppose. The cue ball was tight on the right side cushion. Might have cost him the frame.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Grace is brimming with confidence, but when you've won 5 consecutive frames, you're feeling okay.
13.
Look at the state of table 2. Look at all those reds.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I looked at that table at first glance, I thought, goodness, how many reds are on that table? There looks to be about 30 reds on the table
19.
there.
Level board. Grace about to hit the front.
Yeah, I think blue, red, green is the shot now, as he's just looked at. The green is with an angle, takes him in behind that red. Get the cue ball tight to that right side cushion for red to middle or corner. So still thinking clearly, no reason why he shouldn't.
25.
Little half ball on the green here. Job's a good un.
$26.
In an ideal world, would have liked to swing the cue ball a little wider to leave himself straighter on this red, but he should be okay.
$30.
And the pink being on the black spot really helped there.
Yeah, now just needs to get past the blue, really. Oh, he's going higher on the cue ball, so he's going on and off the side cushion, which is even better. Oh no, where's this white going? Ooh, heart would have been in his mouth for a second there. Didn't intend to go that side of the brown.
In goes the yellow. Grace,
38.
18 ahead. Just rechecking the scoreboard. The tall man from Yorkshire needs green and brown.
$41. $45.
Well, David Grace is putting it up to Zhao Xintong.
$50.
Helped by breaks of 73 and that 56 clearance to the pink. David Grace replicates his 3-0 win earlier over Gao Yang. This time his victim is Simon Blackwell. So that's the end of the session, and what a good one it's been for David Grace. A full 6 points out of 6, not a frame lost. Zhao Xintong was the star of the session. Played a match against Simon Blackwell, won 3-0 with a memorable 140 break. So Blackwell's out of the reckoning. Gao Yang has 2 matches left, so he could still turn things around. But it's looking as though it will be a Grace Zhao showdown in our last match of the day. Next up, well, when we resume at 4:30, Zhao Xintong takes on Gao Yang over on table 2. The first match will be Zach Surety against Andrew Higginson. But of course, there's unfinished business over on table 2. Matt Selt 2-1 up on Andrew Higginson. And then Selt's got to go back on and take on Gong Chenzi before the session finishes. So if you want to see more snooker, just access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, and table 2, group 32, will be available to you. As for us, well, here on table 1, the lights go dark for just over a couple of hours. We'll be back at 4:30 with the former world champion Zhao Xintong against Gao Yang. Looking forward to your company then. For now, though, from the Mattioli Arena, it's goodbye.
It's a sweltering hot day here in Leicester, and the players are sweating it out for the final 2 places in Stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. And over the course of the next couple of hours, we will find out whether the player of last season, Zhao Xingtong, will be amongst them.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. Absolutely magnificent shot.
Yeah, so just 2 groups left to conclude in the first stage. That's the position on table 2. Matt Seltz played 2, won 2, so the maximum 6 points. The top seed there is Zach Surety. He did win his first match, and he's about to play Andrew Higginson, who, along with Gong Zhengzi, is yet to get off the mark. So it's looking like coming down already to Surety v Selt there. On table 1, Zhao Xingtong, as I say, the top seed. Now, he's only played 1 as well. He won it 3-0. But in the meantime, David Grace, 2 3-0 wins for him, so he is top. Xingtong and Grace play last up. Gao Yang and Simon Blackwell currently yet to get off the mark, and Blackwell has played 2 matches. Gao Yang still with some sort of chance because he's only played 1, but he's walking into the Lion's Den here because he's about to play Zhao Xingtong. Zhao Xingtong, the highest ranked player in the tournament, number 3 in the world, won those 3 Players Series titles last season and earned over £1 million, 82 centuries, all the rest. So he was always a big favourite coming here. First frame actually against Simon Blackwell, he probably should have lost, but he won it, and then he made 140 total clearance, won the third as well. So it didn't take long, 38 minutes, his first match. Let's see how he fares here. It's been a few hours since that match concluded. Gao Yang defeated 3-0 by David Grace. It was a very inconsistent display from him. But we will see what the evening session has in store. Just as I say, 2 places left for the second stage, which starts tomorrow. And the 2 group winners, actually, they'll be in the same group and they'll be playing tomorrow as Gao Yang knocks the red in.
1.
Yeah, David Grace has done all he can today so far to put the pressure on Zhao Xingtong. He's won both of his matches 3-0, so that's all he could have done.
Gao Yang 1.
But Zhao Xingtong certainly still the man to beat. And from what we saw against Simon Blackwell, particularly the second frame, made that 140 total clearance. That was a bit of magic.
As ever, I just wonder about the, sort of the long layoff, because that match finished about 20 to 12. You know, it's been best part of 5 hours since he played, but we'll see. Table 2 is Zach Surety, Andrew Higginson. That's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Surety top seed. He did win his first match there. That's his second. Matt Selt, though, the second seed on 6 points, as we saw in the table. Worth saying, if Xingtong were to lose a frame, I mean, he could lose the match, but if he were to lose a frame, he would then have to beat Grace later, because of course Grace has had the perfect pair of results, 2 3-0s.
Yeah, that's the impact that each and every frame has here in this format. You drop just 1 frame, it doesn't feel a lot at the time, even if you win the match, because you get the 3 points, but then come the end of play and come that group decider potentially later, it could have massive bearings.
Equally though, if Singtong won 3-0, Grace more than likely would have to beat him because, of course, Singtong's got the 140. So if it was 2-2, well, put it this way, David Grace would have to beat that if it was a draw. So we'll see. But yeah, that's the beauty of the format. Every frame really is important. And that is equally true for players who are not going to win the group because, of course, 4th place, you get no prize money, no ranking points. So everyone looking to finish at least 3rd.
Well, that was a great effort. He struck that really well. It would have looked good as well when it left the tip of his cue. He played it in such a way that he thought he would leave nothing, but that red has somehow tracked up the table and is on.
1.
But now Gao Yang finds himself on the green.
Yeah, 2 reds he's plotted that have offered nothing.
Gao Yan 1.
That was well judged. These cloths are so slippy, you get that extra bit of slide. You could see as it hit the second cushion it came off even wider. Quite easily have left this red that he's closest to, but no harm done. I was a little bit surprised by Gao Yang's performance against David Grace. I thought he would give him a much better game. He's certainly better than he showed.
Yeah, it seemed in that match when things got scrappy, you know, David Grace with his experience just had too much sort of nous, really. He's just in control of those exchanges.
Experience counts for an awful lot in this game. That's why a lot of the older guys, should we say, are still, you know, having a massive impact on the rankings and still at latter stages of big tournaments. They're obviously good players as well, that helps, but so streetwise.
Well, he's pushed this red towards the pocket.
One.
Well, it's not a terrible cannon. This black, albeit is thin, is well potable, and he can just float it in. He's guaranteed on reds to right corner. Well played.
Eight. 9.
He scored pretty heavily last season. He made 18 centuries of the 32 he's made
Whoa.
as a professional, so more than half of them last season alone. Made one already this season. Showed none of that in the first match, but there's still time to win his last two. This would be a match that, if he won, it would shake the group up well and truly. Well, we can forget about that for now. He's missed that one.
Go Jan 12.
Well, every part of that shot was a disaster. Cue ball nowhere near where he wanted it, and the red was nowhere near the pocket.
One.
Been interesting few hours, I think, because there's no doubt, you know, the heat has risen. It's very hot outside and pretty warm inside as well. See if that affects play at all. But we saw in the first match, the first frame of Zhao Xingtong, Simon Blackwell, that Blackwell, you know, had a real good chance to put the frame away and didn't. And then Xingtong in the next frame just came out with a 140, just took complete control of the match. Now, where's this red going? Not in. Always going to that jaw.
And if you're going to put Zhao Xingtong under any pressure, and even then it might not be enough because of the personality of the guy, you've got to pounce on these mistakes. You've got to stand up and be counted for now, Gao Yang. Because otherwise the same thing will happen to you that happened to Simon Blackwell. He'll just grow in strength and confidence.
Six. Seven.
Well, he's slowly but surely got this pink spot
13.
in play. Black being up the table is not beneficial to him, but the pink being in play now helps a lot, because now he doesn't have to keep going up for the blue top side every time. His lead is building.
14.
I'm sure he looks up to Zhao Xingtong. He's 8 years his junior, but got to set all that aside. It's the first time they've played as professionals.
21.
Yeah, I think in time Gao Yang will come good, actually. He's been around for a few years now. Still can't believe he's as young as he is, because it feels like he's been around for a while. Double WSF junior and men's champion.
27.
And I think he'll make inroads on the tour. He's shown signs of it, just not consistent enough just yet. But that will come.
Thirty-three.
So he needs one more red after this, and it should be 1-0 to him. Needed a few chances, but he's kept it going. And it's an important frame for the group, because it means that Zhao Xingtong, whatever happens here, will definitely have to win his last match now to win the group.
40.
Yeah, another red and a colour he needs.
$41.
And he's tried to go up for the pink into the right corner, because he didn't fancy it to the right middle. And now he's got to play it into that right middle anyway. He's knocked it in well. Good shot, considering he wasn't nice on it.
47.
Well, that makes this group a little more interesting, I think. And of course, Xingtong could lose this match, and that really would throw things wide open. Gao Yang, with another match to play against Simon Blackwell, could play himself into the reckoning. The thing about this format, you know, it can change very quickly. It only takes the odd frame here and there, and things start to look very different.
$55. $61. 62.
Well, this is exactly what he had to do. Zhao Xingtong
68.
in amongst them nicely. Missed a routine red to this left corner. And perhaps that's planted just
70.
a little seed of doubt.
Well, we're now seeing the talent of Gao Yang.
73.
If we can just clear these for 95, you know, that's a break that possibly later on could make some sort of difference. We'll see.
77. $82.
Main thing for him is that he's finally got going today after that disappointing early performance against David Grace. It's a match here he knows he's got to play well, and he has done in the end in this frame. Well, really nice clearance that from Gao Yang, 95, to take the opening frame. So Zhao Xingtong, the top seed in the group, the favourite, has lost his first frame of the day. Table 2, they've just completed the first frame. This is the start of the second. Andrew Higginson won it on the pink against Zach Surety. Surety, the top seed. Higginson has only played one match. He lost it 3-1 to Matt Selt, who's won 2. So again, this is a group that could start to turn a little bit in this session, depending on how these matches go.
And we always wonder what the players get up to in between sessions. You know, we say there's a lot of time spent milling about. Well, Zach went for a swim, didn't he, Dave? He told us upstairs in the players' lounge. He'd been for a little dip. Nice day for it.
Yeah. It's probably the ideal thing to do, actually. Can't afford to lose the match. A draw, and he could still go into that match with Matt Selt later, able to win the group. He'd have to win against Selt.
He wasn't pleased with how he played against Gong Chenzi in his opening game, Zach. He felt he was snatching at the ball, hitting at it rather than queuing through it. He didn't like his ball striking, and perhaps a little afternoon away from the snooker environment will just do him a little bit of good. But he's up against it, 1-0 down.
Second frame.
Back we go to table 1, where Gao Yang has taken the opener against Zhao Xingtong. So it's not only the first frame Zhao's lost, it's the first that Gao Yang has won today. Remember, we start stage 2 tomorrow, and the 2 group winners in action now are actually back in action tomorrow. So they'll be playing from 11 AM, the usual format, same format as before. Wow.
1.
Easy as you like. A little flick of the wrist and in goes the red. Look at this.
8.
Again, just wonderful cueing.
9.
He's using a new cue as well, Zhao Xingtong. I've seen a few people pick up on that on social media and a few messages I've received. He was using a plain black ebony John Paris last season and
16.
the last few seasons, I think. Begs the question why these players
17.
change. He's using a new cue from a Chinese manufacturer. Wasn't aware of the badge before I saw it. It's not a sponsorship deal or anything either, so it does beg the question why he's chosen to change.
25.
But again, it just highlights what a natural talent he is, because some of the balls he's potted today with a new piece of equipment, not many players on planet Earth would be able to strike the ball like that with a new cue. He must be pretty happy with it.
Two.
Won't be so happy with that though, the way that's finished.
Yellow.
So wonderful first red, but just lost position there. Flick that red, lost his position on the black, has played safe. 33 in front. And didn't really get it as safe as he could have. Ooh, and Gao Yang got very close to that red. And now you can see he knows he's left it.
One. Six.
Well, I just wanted to be straighter on this red to play for the black. I have to go up for pink or blue now.
7.
It's not an ideal cluster to go into from the blue because of the position of the pink. And again, that is so wonderfully timed.
12.
I can't begin to explain how tricky it is to
13.
just nip into the perfect amount of cue ball to hold there. And now he's perfect on this black to get into the bunch. Not perfect, not worked out. Possibly end of break.
Dawson down 20.
Yeah, it's not how he likes to play, is it? Bits and pieces. He likes to get in, kill frames off. So it's 2 visits, 53 the lead. Zach Shurt is back to level 1 each. He's on a break of 71 against Andrew Higginson on table 2.
That was one of those long reds with that particular angle where you've got to play it with pace to get the purchase on the cue ball to get round the back of the black, but that pace is no good in terms of pulling up for a colour. So looking to try and leave that cue ball tucked away in behind something. Try and cut off as many paths as possible for Zhao Xingtong. Not easy to tickle in from that sort of distance. So that's why he's played off the brown into the yellow.
Oh, Yan 1.
Well, that swimmer's done Zach Shurt to the world of good. He's had a century. Still going on table 2, and of course, you know, high breaks potentially can decide placings. Xingtong, meanwhile, being made to just think about this. Well, is it hard enough? Not quite.
Double miss. Go Yan 4.
Another sort of half a roll, he would have hit the red, he wouldn't have left anything.
It's just so good, isn't it? What an escape. Just great vision to see the line to begin with, but then great amount of knowledge to understand how the ball is going to react off the cushions with the slide. It's just lovely to watch. time, not a good safety. Okay, the cue ball might have been alright, but the red is certainly not. It's potable, hand on table. Expect this to disappear. Well, he went for the other one. Maybe he couldn't get through to the one closest to the pocket. So a lifeline.
One. Eight.
Well, there's that obviously that one red close to the right-hand side cushion. Otherwise, it's a good chance, this.
Nine.
Well, you could have made a case for him to try to bring that red out there and then from that red, because he had the perfect angle to do so. It would have been unlucky to have hit the red absolutely flush, full ball, and the cue ball to have stuck on the right side cushion. So it was probably worth the gamble.
14.
You wouldn't usually advise to lift reds from cushions from reds, but sometimes you've got to take a chance because you might not get a better one.
$15. $20.
We had the perfect view of that. It never looked in.
Go Jan 20.
So Zhao Xintong back at the table, 28 in front. So of course he won't need that awkward red.
1.
But he's dodged a bit of a bullet here. This is not quite the performance that we saw earlier. In fairness, okay, the 140 speaks for itself. Either side of that, frames 1 and 3, wasn't flawless either.
No, I agree, and the 140 just takes the headlines though, doesn't it? It's all you see when you look at the score sheet, but the match itself told a slightly different story. He gave away a lot of cheap chances to Simon Blackwell, he just wasn't able to take them. Actually, Gao Yang could well have won this frame. I think he played the wrong shot right at the start of the break. I think he had to lift that red that Zhao Xintong has just brought off the cushion. At least give himself a chance to make the clearance.
43, the lead, 35 on. And it looks like he's fluked a snooker. Doesn't exactly help Gao Yang's cause. And neither does that. He's left it on and he's conceded. So he had his chance there to counter-attack, but it is Zhao Xintong who wins frame 2. Of course, it guarantees us 2 more frames with the match level at 1 each. The hand fan has been reached for again. I don't blame him. 137 the break from Zach Surety on table 2 against Andrew Higginson. So if high breaks obviously do come into that group, then that's a massive advantage to Zach, and he's back at the table here in frame 3, 33 in front on a break of 13. We'll put it this way, if he wins 3-1, then a draw with Selt and the 137 will see him win the group, unless, of course, Matt can beat it.
19.
It'll be Higginson against Gong Chengzi after this match. Then the Surety Selt match, of course, to conclude the evening. So Zhao Xingtong on table 1 has got back on level terms with Gao Yang, 1 each.
Well, Gao Yang may have left this red to middle. No reason why Zhao Xingtong won't take it on. Well, that was a chance. It was quite a poor containing safety shot that Gao Yang played, but it might have led to a chance for himself.
Outrageous. Value in it, though. Wasn't going to be leaving anything, you wouldn't think. Anyone hurt? Well, possibly Gao Yang. It's worked out nicely, that split. So off we go.
Yeah, and it was a great example of how to play that shot properly there, because it wasn't a tight pack. There was enough distance between a few reds, and that's why I went into them with pace and stun. Send the cue ball into a loose red to send the red into the pack. And again, with such elegant control. And he's created this chance from nothing, really. That, again, the vision to see the double to middle, it looks so obvious when he gets them.
17. $24. 5. 32. 33.
I'm not clear where the rules are when we can mention that he's on blacks, but I've kind of just done it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, to be honest, on 32. I was just totting the reds up, to be honest, because I thought, is he on reds and blacks here? But, I mean, this would be a bit of a crazy maximum, wouldn't it, when you look at the table?
Made one in the invitation, Championship League at the start of the year here. Actually his first.
41.
Of course, we had Sir Jarway make one earlier this week.
Yeah, he's played that split perfect. That was the right shot to play there and then.
48.
Lovely angle. Just missed these two reds and he was guaranteed to be on them.
$49.
Well, but for some sort of global catastrophe, we can pretty much write this frame off as in the bag. And I think Zhao Xingtong will set his sights on staying on this black now.
57.
Yeah, also if there's a global catastrophe, probably the Championship League won't seem to matter that much.
Yeah. 64.
Well, needless to say, this needs good cueing to continue. He's not won the frame yet either. He's not over the line. Absolutely no problem.
I mean, that black is actually so tough, believe it or not. For most players, anyway.
73.
Now, I think, forward thinking, the red that's closest to the right middle pocket, he'd like to leave that, or at least try and attack that off the cushion whilst he's got those reds beyond the blue spot, particularly the one by his hand. He'll look for an angle on the black here to play that cannon now, because it's a free shot. He's perfect. Just stun up past the underside of the red. Well, he's not playing it now, but he's going to have to play that at some point, unless he takes the double.
88. $89.
Or maybe he is going to play the double.
The break began with a double, didn't it?
$96.
Well, he's now lost the opportunity to just flick that red off the cushion whilst having that red over the middle pocket, so let's see what he's going to do. Does he play it now and hope he has a shot on the red past the brown spot? Or does he leave the double? Well, it's not a good angle, if any at all.
104.
Let's see your cue power then, Zhao. What have you got in the tank?
Could be a test of the new cue as well. What a shame.
5.
He's tried the power delayed screw. It was a good effort, just needed a bit more power just to get past that yellow and then arc round back for the black. Pot the black from there then.
Blue.
Not to be in terms of a maximum, but it's a quick kill in terms of the frame. 105 from Zhao Xingtong, and he hits the front at 2-1 against Gao Yang. Well, it would have been some maximum had he made that, but anyway, not to be. Zach Surety, meanwhile, 2-1 up against Andrew Higginson on table 2. They're just starting frame 4. So Surety heading into a showdown with Matt Selt. Either way now, even if he loses this frame, if he beats Selt, he wins the group. But of course, Matt sitting pretty at the top. Just waiting for that match. That'll be last on. .55 was the break that Surety made in the last, 137 in the previous one. Higgins said if he can win this frame and then beat Gong Shengzi, then he can get to 4 points. So certainly won't be finishing last in the table.
But again, another group that looks like it might be going down to the matchup between seeds 1 and 2. In a group that looked too close to call, really, didn't it, at the start of the date?
Well, I predicted there'd be lots of draws. There haven't been any yet. But there's still time. So the last frame, can Xingtong get the 3 points? Can Gao Yang get a draw? 2-1 Xingtong. Well, thin contact was needed, but no contact occurred there.
Gao 4.
Now, can he just drop this red into right corner and avoid the other 2 reds and get himself on the black? Well, he couldn't avoid them, but he's controlled the cannon to them. Lovely. Well played. So if he gets a nice angle on this black, he could leave a low angle on that red he's closest to and screw through the cluster. Can't do that now. Too low. Well, he's just lost control of that
16.
white. He's just chasing at the minute.
Oh,
that was a dreadful strike. Look at how short his cue ball is. Well, is he going for this red? Surely not. Not to left corner anyway. Wow, this is brave. This is brave. Never been the shot. Against this player, Zhao Xingtong, that has never been the shot. I mean, you can't fault the intent. He's trying to win, clearly, but there's a time and a place, surely.
So Xingtong comes to the table with many reds now in play. He's only made, of course, 2 centuries today.
Six. Seven.
Feels like we're starting to look at Xingtong in the way that in the last few years we've looked at Judd Trump as someone who you could see winning multiple titles, as he did last season, of course, but he hasn't won this frame yet because he's missed that. And you can see him, he hasn't shown much, but that's annoyed him.
Wow, that could be massive. That could be huge, especially for David Grace. I mean, Gao Yang has basically just offered the frame up on a platter for Zhao Xingtong the way he played his previous shot. But he breathes again in this frame. And already 15 points in front.
1.
Enough reds in play to win this frame and take the draw. Huge moments. Incredible.
Young 1.
Absolutely incredible. If he could shake his head off his shoulders, he would. That is an unbelievable miss.
One. Six. Seven. Thirteen. Fourteen. 20.
Quite tight, I think, with this red.
Well,
we'll see, because he missed one earlier out of nowhere, but if he does win the match, then it's a similar story really to the first one, in which he's been let off a few times. Again, this is not finished great, really. Yeah, I didn't like it. Yeah, he just didn't get on it as intended, so he's making sort of heavy weather of this.
One. Seven.
Wow. How close was that to going in? Good grief. No flicker of emotion at all, but that could have sunk his chances.
Yeah, he's treading very thin ice here, isn't he? He's doing his best not to win this frame at the moment. And it's still going to take some winning. He really needs that black back on its spot, but he's not going to be attempting to do that. And the reason I say he wants the black is because the red beneath the black spot is very missable with pace
14.
to get out for pink.
$20. $21.
Well, decision time. Does he play on the red to pot it, or does he play down to leave the cue ball in an area to send the red round the angles and play the safety shot? Well, clearly he's going to have to attempt this now.
26.
And even if he drops this in, his next shot is not pretty. Again, you can see the intent from Gao Yang, but was there any point in playing on this red?
$27.
Well, if he drops this pink in, he's outrageous. He'd love to get it safe, or get something safe. Yeah, that's pretty good. He could have messed that up, but he's played it just fine. He's got the snooker 16-point advantage, forcing Zhao to hit this yellow and get it safe, trusting to luck.
$4.
20 in it, 27 on then. 2 more misses and he needs a snooker himself. Oh, nearly potted it that time. It's gone safe, so this frame very much in the balance because there's nothing really safe. The black, I guess, is slightly awkward, but it's potable from there for Xing Tong. He would need it as it stands. 2-2, it's finished, Zach Surety and Andrew Higginson. So Surety on 4 points. He will need to beat Matt Selt tonight now. That 1-3-7 is not going to come into it. He's got to beat Selt in the last match. Otherwise, Matt Selt with a draw will be the winner of the group. Well, that was a very handy flick on the black. He's put it safer and also he's got cover.
Well, that was completely mishit. Caught the yellow way too thin. Well, if he can't get through to the potting angle of this Zhao Xingtong, Gao Yang is incredibly lucky. Having to play the swerve. Might go close to potting this. This frame from Gao Yang, for the large part, has been all-out attack. You have to question some of his shot selection. But then if they go in, you're praising him, so you can't really win, can you, as a player? But now he's relying on that black ball playing a big part in this frame.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little percentage play in Gao Yang's approach. We saw when Xingtong got him for that potential maximum in the last frame, he went for the double, but he wasn't leaving anything, going for it. Anyway, as you say, it's surely going to come down to pink to black here. And by the way, this pocket, this top left pocket, is not friendly.
9.
Well, he wanted to play the cannon to the black, I think. But he's just taking his medicine. Nice enough angle on this pink. Can he play the dislodge here? 2 cushions in behind the black, just flick it 6 inches into the table. It's close. Oh, it's a great shot. Brilliant shot.
Probably the shot of the match, and it's the penultimate shot of the match, because this black is surely going in. And Zhao Xingtong, after all, is the winner, 3-1, so he's still unbeaten with 2 wins, but he has dropped a frame, and of course David Grace has not, so he will need to beat Grace in the last match. Zhao Xingtong, the winner, 3-1. Gao Yang stays on. He's up against Simon Blackwell next.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Zhao Zhintong remains unbeaten for the day. Both he and David Grace find themselves on 6 points, but crucially, Grace has won 2-3-0s, whereas Zhao, in the last match we've seen, well, he dropped a frame. So consequently, when they meet up to decide who wins the group a little later, a draw for Grace will be enough. Zhao has to win. As for Gao Yang and Simon Blackwell, it's a pretty similar scenario actually. Gao's got a slightly superior frames difference, and so consequently a draw here against Simon Blackwell will be enough for Gao to secure third spot. Of course, if he wins, that would be the case as well. The only way that Blackwell can get £1,000 and 1,000 points is to win this match.
Gao Yang to break.
Well, what links them is they both let Zhao Zhintong off the hook in their respective matches. He made, of course, 2 pretty dashing centuries, but in other frames, the chances were there and they just didn't take them.
Yeah, Blackwell also lost to David Grace 3-0. Grace making breaks of 73 and 56 to secure that victory. So, as is often the case, our penultimate match is the 3rd and 4th place playoff.
And we could say definitively now, Phil, that no third seed has won a group in this year's Championship League.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, really. 32 groups, you would think, on at least one occasion. And bear in mind, Mark Joyce and Dean Young have come from the 4th seeded spot to win groups, and also from the qualifying school order of merit.
7.
What we've seen today, Gao Yang just loves to attack, and that's very much the modern way of playing, but there's been times when percentage-wise, particularly in that last match, there wasn't a lot of value to some of the shots he took on. But anyway, he's in nicely here, and he's looking to end the day on a high, ensure third spot.
15.
Chance to get more reds into play here.
$22.
Just finished very close to this red. It was that was an example of it was a good idea to attack the pack because he felt he'd be on the red on the left-hand side. He's actually not on it. He's looking at one potentially to left middle. Yeah, he's a little unlucky, I think, where he finished there, actually.
does have trouble refusing pots, though, as Dave said. That's the way he plays. Sometimes can't contain himself.
Not unusual, really, though, with young players. He's only 21. I mean, remember Judd Trump at that age. And he got to the World Final at that age, won a tournament, the China Open. Well, Simon Blackwell has potted a superb one to right middle, so he's in. And he will be aware of the situation. He knows he's got to win this match to get some prize money.
Eight. Nine.
As Stephen Hallworth explained, Blackwell using a new cue with very different characteristics to the old. And when you've got fresh equipment, you can't beat being out there on the match table.
17.
So every frame you can get will be of assistance. Continue on table 2 in what is effectively the third, fourth place decider over there. Gong Chen Zi is going to take the first frame from Andrew Higginson.
$22.
Yeah, Gong just breaking down on a break of 71. Higginson playing on for snookers, but 1-0 to the young Chinese player looks inevitable.
$23.
Little flick off the pink, just what the doctor ordered. Had the cue ball gone past the pink and made no contact, he might have been, well, he would have been out of position.
31.
Very warm in the arena now, Dave. It's a recurring topic of conversation, I know, but I can't imagine a tournament in the UK has ever been played in consistently more hot conditions than this. And there's more heat on the way, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the hottest part of the day. It's 32 degrees now here in Leicester.
Yeah, a large portion of the snooker circuit is played in 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which is freezing.
39.
But it's very different as we play summer snooker in the UK.
44.
Not sure if those two reds are a plant to this pocket, but
45.
he's got the angle here anyway to. Yeah, he's got the angle here anyway to disturb the cluster of 5. So this is the key shot now. He's got a 23-point lead. Gets on a red here. Looking good to win the frame. Well, just didn't really split, did they? At all.
52.
So 52, but the lead is 30, still 67 on.
Blackwell's highest break
52.
of the day, and he's finished off the visit with a decent snooker. The target of 5 red should be no problem to hit, but it's what you leave.
Oh, and a miss.
Last thing
So
Gao
Blackwell
Yang wanted
full.
there was to be heavy-handed, and he's come up short now. He has left a red to the distant yellow pocket. Will Blackwell contemplate it? Maybe he's working on the principle that if he has the cue ball put back, Gao will make the necessary adjustment and tickle into them. But the ploy has backfired.
Yeah, he didn't pot it, he wasn't close to. He didn't cover it.
One.
So we saw Blackwell attempt to open these reds earlier and he didn't do so, but if Gao Yang can, then he'll have a good chance to win the frame because there's nothing safe here on this table. He didn't really get the meat of them, did he? He just sort of glanced off them.
6.
Yeah, swung the cue ball just fractionally too wide.
Gao Yang, 6.
Because of his Q School Order Merit ranking, Simon Blackwell will be competing predominantly on the Q Tour this season, and to win £1,000 in that, in any of the tournaments, you've got to go deep. Here, all he's got to do is win 3 frames.
Well, now the frame really is anyone's. OK, Blackwell leading by 28 points, but where the balls are, it won't make any difference if Gao Yang gets in, gets a chance at a red.
Now, that was your quintessential shot to nothing red. Very well potted.
Big shot here, take the pink on. Be a frame win if he gets it, you would think. But if he misses it, he's leaving red. So it's a decision to make.
Yeah, the roll in behind the brown looks appetising.
Push the yellow safe, maybe. Try and cover with the pink. Well, that's
Simon Blackwell, 1.
quite smart, I think.
Yeah, whatever way you got the snooker, that was the shot, the snooker. And now, as we thought might be the case, chance to wrap up the frame has been forced.
Blue put him 35 in front, so he needs one of these two reds here. And he should be 1-0 up. Well, it's finished in about the worst place, really, on the cushion. Any sort of distance away from it, and he's going to pot that red.
His decision to try and get the yellow much safer
Blackwell, 6.
a short while ago, and now playing that safety. Yeah, they're the right things to do when you're in control of a frame. Little fortunate where the cue ball has come to rest there, because queuing over the yellow restricts what Gao Yang can do off the red closest to the cue ball. You could play the kick and stick here, though, and leave the white, yeah, tucked under the top cushion. Just needs one ball to leave Gao requiring a snooker, and it's proving elusive. Well, that works. And right now, considering where he is, I'm sure that Simon Blackwell is grateful for the fact he had the presence of mind to get the yellow safe. He's got to be delighted with that. Cover on one red and the other one very difficult down the rail.
Not going to stop him though, is it? Taking it on, I wouldn't think. Well, as I say, he was always going to take it on, but Blackwell just needing a red here.
One.
So, looking very much like his frame. And that is indeed the first frame he's won today.
And so in terms of the third place, Doe, to qualify for that, well, from here now, they both need exactly the same, 2 of the last 3 frames. Because a draw for Gao is enough. Blackwell must win.
Nine. Simon Blackwell, 9, and the frame.
So Simon Blackwell, held by a break of 52, starts off in the right direction in this match that will determine who finishes third in Group 1 of the BetVictor Championship League. More than likely, the match on table 2 will determine who finishes third in Group 32. Gong Chen-Zi, right now 1-0 up. So he could be in line for that, especially if Andrew Higginson continues to miss balls of that nature. Yes, Higginson's 38 in front in this frame, but he started to make a few mistakes. That being one of the glaring variety. Yeah, Higginson drew with Zach Surety 2-2. Gong Chen-Zi has lost both of his matches so far, so Gong simply has to win the match. A draw for Higginson will seal third spot.
6. Chen-Zi, 6.
You know, there's a phrase, after the Lord Mayor show, which sort of denotes an anticlimax. Well, I think these third and fourth place playoffs, effectively that's what they are. Could be described as before the Lord Mayor show, because can they go on table 2 a little later? Zach Surety and Matt Selt will bet to determine who wins the group. And of course, here on table 1, we're looking forward to Zhao Xintong against David Grace.
Well, Gong, like his compatriot Gao Yang, determined to take his shots. And I thought he could threaten in this group actually, but it just hasn't happened. He got back on through Q School at the start of the season.
I think this afternoon he was a little confused about when he was playing, because he was lying down on a sofa in the players' room, very relaxed, when Marcel Lecard came in quite correctly and told him he'd got to play Matt Selt in match 3, and he was all sort of discombobulated.
Just waiting for Simon Blackwell, who has taken a toilet break after frame 1.
Yuan Chenzi, 13.
Well, Gong now back in the frame, just 19 adrift, 51 on the table.
Well, Blackwell has found his way back into the arena, so on we go with frame 2.
Good pot in the red towards the balk line above the middle pocket. That really helps Blackwell here. He can just trickle in the blue.
One of these players is just on the verge of sort of getting on tour. He beat Ken Doherty in the UK Championship last year in the qualifiers. But of course it's true with quite a few of the top-ups. They actually have jobs as well, so they can't all sort of spend all day practicing, as the pros usually do. So it's difficult to find those improvements you're looking for.
On table 2, Andrew Higginson is going to draw level with Gong Chenzi at 1-1.
Did well there. He wasn't on that black particularly good, but he's knocked it in really nicely. He's on this red as well.
15. $22.
Yeah, to be the plan, it would seem, to continue. Looks very makeable from that angle.
23.
The key there was anticipating what the other red would do in the plant. And I'm afraid it's not quite stayed in the centre of the table as he wanted. There is still one loose red, mind you. The trouble with that shot is you've got to hit the
30.
black ball a whole lot harder than that for them to get moving. And the harder you hit the black, the more you're risking missing it.
Simon Blackwell, 30.
Useful start to the frame, though.
Yeah, and he's got another potential opener here. That safety from Gao Yang not finding the bulk line, so hand on table for Simon Blackwell.
It's not been an obvious run. It's not been one that really catches the eye, but I think Blackwell is getting the better of it in terms of the fortune. Well, playing the shot at that pace, he knew if the jaws trapped the red, more than likely by standing across table he would get cover with the blue. But Blackwell coming down to see whether he can pot the red cushion first. Well, he didn't go cushion first, but it was a red in anyway, by unconventional means. Sort of stopped in his tracks there. I think when he potted the yellow, he was looking forward to big things.
Well, there's potential red to left centre. He's not. I mean, Gao Yang would have played it by now. I'm not sure Simon Blackwell is just going to go for everything. Feels like he's in charge of the match and no need to open the door. Well, he decided to take it on. Again, though, I mean, he's not really left in amongst them, has he?
1.
Good pot now. Can Gao get something going? Bearing in mind, against Zhao Xintong in the frame he won, he made a 95 break. He can be a heavy scorer.
Six. 7.
Andrew Barklam, just the referees keeping close watch there. Had a long afternoon, Andrew, on table 2.
14. 15.
Yeah, of course, this is the final day of stage 1 in the tournament. So we've had 32 groups over 16 days of competition. And it's been stark, the difference between certain matches. We've had extraordinary sprints
23.
and unbelievable marathons.
Yeah, yesterday alone we had a frame that was, what, 62 minutes
30.
and another one that was 4.
Yeah, it's been a tournament of wild contrasts.
Well, Tom Hanks is 70 today, Phil. So I suppose to paraphrase one of his great characters, Championship League Snooker is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
37.
One of my heroes, Tom Hanks.
38.
What a man.
Before people write in, I know it was his mother who said that, not him. But anyway, let it go.
And Humphrey Bogart never said play it again, Sam. Mind you, when it comes to escaping snookers in this tournament, we've had a lot of play it agains.
$45.
It always felt like in this match, if there was going to be a sort of dashing frame-winning break, it was going to come from Gao Yang. Now, he's not won the frame yet, but he's on his way to doing so. It's just, for him, I think the challenge going forward is just to iron out some of the inconsistencies. He doesn't mind taking his shots on, and to be fair, you look at the world champion, Wu Yize, that's how he plays, and that's how a lot of the top players play, but also it's when he's been in, and just the odd shot has let him down. I mean, he could easily have actually beaten Zhao Xintong, certainly got a draw. Anyway, he's looking to still win this match, of course, although a draw would suffice in terms of finishing third.
$61.
Nice angle on the brown here. He's got just enough on the table to make a century, but I can tell you this, he won't be. Why would you play for the black off this last red? No way. No way in the world.
65.
Because this is frame ball.
66.
I must say, he's taken these nicely. And his pal Gong Chenzi on the other table has taken
69.
his break simultaneously, also very nicely.
71.
He leads Andrew Higginson 2-1. Higginson had first chance in the third frame, missed a black off its spot.
$74. $78.
Blue, pink and black for his highest break of the day.
83. Gao Yang, 83.
It is only 83 in the end, but Gao Yang equalises. Simon Blackwell won the first, but it's his young Chinese opponent who draws level. And because Gao Yang went into this match with a slightly superior frame difference, it means he only needs a draw, and that in turn means he only needs one of the next two frames. So Dave, that first phase that lasted 16 days, it started in extraordinary fashion. We actually made headlines because of what happened to Kyron Wilson. He won his first match, and then he had to return home and withdraw from the event very unluckily and very sadly, annoyingly, because his house was broken into. That seems like an age ago.
Yeah, he came here looking for ranking points, and it was a very sad way to start the event. Got so many interesting players through to the second phase. Some very experienced names and some players, of course, looking for their first titles.
And if Zhao Xintong wins this group, he'll be back in action tomorrow on the main table.
Had a quick count up. I reckon there's 12 winners of ranking events who've made it through so far. Of course, Zhao Xintong and
The
Matt
first
Selt could still
Gao Yang.
be two more.
Gao Yang would love to win this frame and render the final frame academic. It's amazing, actually, over the course of the first 16 days. Yes, we've had a few frames that have meant absolutely nothing to either player, but they've been quite few and far between. Everything was in Gao's favour there. The green providing a big pocket. And look at these reds now, all pre-developed. He'll be licking his lips.
Six.
Well, looking around, it looks as though that shot is definitely not gone according to plan. His natural instinct always wants to play the attacking shot, always wants to try and remain at the table. But sometimes the percentages scream safety.
Gao Yang, 6.
Well, I think as double kisses go, that wasn't the worst. On table 2, Gong Chenzi has made breaks of 71 and 76 to lead Andrew Higginson 2-1. Higginson only needs a draw, remember, for third place in Group 32. He was lovely in amongst the balls. Everything was going swimmingly at the start of the fourth frame. And he's just dropped in the one place he can't continue the break. Just dropped on a red in the bunch, so has to play safe, leading 18-0.
Here we go then. He's going to take this on.
Yeah, doesn't refuse a lot, does he? Doesn't see danger. If he does, he ignores it.
1.
Yeah, I mean, fully committed to the pot, which is to his credit, but no sort of thought for what might happen if he doesn't get it. And what's happened here is he has left Blackwell with an opening. Trying to set up big last frame of the match. If he can win this one, it all comes down to the last frame in terms of who gets the grand, basically. So it would be a big frame for these two. Gao Yang, of course, it will go on his ranking as well if he can get that £1,000.
Yes, and at 94th in the world rankings, Gao Yang needs
4.
every ranking boost he can get.
5.
When a player looks at a situation for more than a split second, you know it's tight. He can't quite make up his mind. Up, down, up, down. And again taking another very close inspection. In the end, went in easily.
12. $13.
Yeah, frustrating. Just caught that red. He was trying to come past it.
19.
And with the red close to the yellow spot, he can't play the conventional telling safety down to bulk.
Simon Blackwell, 19.
Yeah, Gao Yang was pretty much asking for that. Red closest to the white, covered by the yellow. And the knock-on effect, Blackwell has another red. Red to left middle. This time missed the positional cannon he wanted. You can see that the anger building up inside. Going through his head, I don't play like this in practice.
Yeah, getting hot under the collar, although in this weather he's not the only one. Anyway, Gao Yang made that nice break in the last frame. Sort of walked a bit of a tightrope so far, but as I say, it was a good 83 once he got in. Can he do similar here now?
8.
Made 32 career centuries, 18 last season, so more than half in a single season.
9.
Yeah, an 18 where he's ranked. That's a very respectable number, Dave.
Absolutely.
There will be plenty of players well above him in the rankings who didn't make that amount of centuries. But it's not all about
60.
that. It's about the nuances, the tactical knowledge, the experience, and that's where he's lacking.
Yeah, I mean, just on that, Ding Junhui and John
70.
Higgins, you know, two big hitters in the top 16. They made 27 each. Now, John Higgins was in 3 finals. But again, John can win any sort of frame, and very often it's the making the key breaks at the right time. Meanwhile, he's got to recover here with this blue. All a little bit wild.
Gao Yang 70.
Yeah, I've noticed with him when he makes a mistake, he tends to double down. And that's going to lead to double trouble. Looks as though Andrew Higginson is over the line in frame 4 on table 2. As a result, it's going to be a 2-all draw against Gong Chenzi, and that means Higginson will be in 3rd place when all is said and done in the Group 32 table. It is officially a 2-all draw. Gong Chenzi, Andrew Higginson. And so table 2 will now be vacated to allow the the group decided to take place. Zach Surety against Matt Selt. Surety needs to win. Selt, well, a draw for him would be sufficient. All very well playing that shot, but you need to get the cue ball much closer to the top cushion.
Well, it's a very poor frame, but of course it's an important one because Blackwell has to win it to stand a chance of getting third. Gao Yang, if he wins it, he will be third. This is a good shot, really nicely played. So Simon Blackwell back in amongst it all.
Five.
Quite a few of the Q School top-ups have cashed. We know about Dean Young and Mark Joyce. They will be in the second stage over the next 4 days of competition. But others have finished either second or third as well. So for many of the top-ups, the experience of being in the tournament has been profitable.
Quality has been variable, though. Mark Joyce is a former ranking event finalist, so you know he's a very established player.
21.
And he always looked like to cause problems in that group. I'm not sure he would have been tipped to win it, but anyway, he'll be coming back. Now, Simon Blackwell hoping to come back in frame 4 with a chance still to win this group. Keeps shaking his head and kind of looking for problems. But the balls keep going in. 32 in front.
20.
A couple more reds needed for 2-1.
$29.
On the threshold of a 2-1 lead.
33.
He will be there if this is spotted.
$34.
One snooker required as it is. To remove any grain of doubt about the frame, he has to, I suppose, spot the last red. But if the green goes in, Gao Yang now needs 2 snookers.
37.
Yeah, he played a good shot off the initial green to get back for the Reds. But, well, hang on. Yeah, that'll do.
38.
That stops any playing on for snookers.
That fluke you see commonly over the course of the 16 days here. It's been very uncommon because so often you see the red go across the top cushion, wobble in the jaws and remain on the table. But this fluke, yeah, confirms Simon Blackwell as the 3rd frame winner.
Simon Blackwell,
So the whole
45
group,
and the frame.
sorry, not the whole group, the 3rd and 4th placings in the group are coming down to 1 more frame. Whoever wins it will be 3rd. Whoever loses it goes home with no money at all.
And as Blackwell departs the arena again, I can tell you getting their cues out of their cases on table 2, it is Matt Selt and Zach Surety. The Group 32 table, well, it's really interesting actually. We know that Andrew Higginson has finished in 3rd place. Gong Chen Zi has drawn a blank today. Zach Surety, 1 win, 1 draw. Not bad, but not as good as Matt Selt, who had a couple of 3-1 wins earlier. Had a 65 break in his 3-1 win over Andrew Higginson, and then highlighted his 3-1 win over Gong Chen Zi with a break of 103. So if Selt were to draw or beat Zach Surety, then he would be the group champion. Surety has to win. Simple as that. Two players from Essex going head to head.
Well, I saw Matt yesterday. He asked me, whether he knew or not, I don't know, but he asked me what day this ends. I said next Wednesday. He said, I'll see you Wednesday then. So he was in confident mood. But anyway, he's played well today so far. A couple of long matches this afternoon, but he just dug in, got the results.
Yes, and we must make the point that the winner of Group 32 and the winner of Group 1, which we're watching on Table 1 at the moment, well, they will go into the same second stage group and they will play tomorrow. Already there in Group A, Lei Pei Fan, former Scottish Open champion, and Liu Hongyu, who's been to semi-finals of world ranking events. Zach Surety, in his last match against Andrew Higginson, put together a beautiful 137 break. He's a very dangerous sort who can pop them off the lampshades. But he has to win 3 of the 4 frames against Selt. And Selt is a very wily player who can also score. And Dave has got a pretty good record in championship leagues past.
Yeah, he made all those centuries that year, didn't he, in the invitation event, where he just seemed to be in every group. Made a maximum. I know it meant a lot to him earlier this year in the invitation version. He's first in professional competition. Just waiting for Blackwell to return.
Well, this is the second time he's taken a very lengthy time out.
Yeah, I think the thing with toilet breaks, people slightly miss the point with them. It's not always how many, it's actually how far the toilet is from the table. And here, you've got to go all the way upstairs, come back down again. It's not like it's right next to the arena. So if you leave the arena, it's going to take time. And it is.
Somewhat loose from Surety, that. Well, Matt Selt there has been really lucky to go into the pack and drop like that. He's been blessed.
Well, Simon Blackwell is back. So big frame here because whoever wins it is third, whoever loses it is fourth, and thus gets no financial recompense at all. Well, he's left that same red, the kiss. Gives Blackwell the much easier opening.
One. Eight.
Went wrong almost immediately, and he was annoyed.
Simon Blackwell, 8.
Biggest frame of the day now for both of these two because it's right down to the wire. It's their last frame, and I'm sure they're aware of what it means as well.
One.
Well, one thing we know with Gao Yang, he's going to try and win this. He's not going to go into his shell. That's not his game. And he's in here. Now, can he... Well, there's one loose red, but can he get into the reds here off the green? That's what he's playing. Well, he's on a red and he's knocked another one out. They didn't exactly split maybe in the way he thought they would. But again, it's an example of just trying to go for the jugular, not wait for things to happen, try and make them happen.
5. Ten. 11. 18.
So this frame may well come down to him getting into these reds
19.
again. This shot coming up to try and split them, and if it comes off, could be his frame. Well, again, they didn't get too many out there, but
26.
still on one, and still a couple more have come out, so chance to press on and build the lead up.
27. 29. 30. 37.
Well, again, he's going to have to get into them once more. He's tried a couple of times.
38.
So this could be the key shot now. Well, he's just stuck to them. That could have been the winning shot. He was building up a nice lead. He was looking confident.
So it's important here not to be too disconsolate about losing position, to just get his head in the job and play the correct safety. No point crying over spilt milk.
Gao Yang, 45. Not a chance.
Just heard Andrew Barcombe say not touching ball, which makes a difference. A big difference, actually. This cat and mouse could go on for quite some time, but you know, with Gao Yang, he's not exactly full of patience. Mind you, the prospect of winning £1,000 might crystallise the thoughts and make him a little more disciplined. Well, with a 37-point lead, Gao Yang should be under no rush order to remove that red from the side cushion. Keep it there, that's very much to his benefit. Because apart from that red and the pink, it's a really open table. Now, though, it's open for Gao Yang.
Yeah, it's open season, actually, for him. 37 in front. Just got to keep a bit of discipline, and the frame should be his.
Eight.
And you just never know at the end of the season, the 1,000 ranking points could be the difference between, 64 and 65 in the world. It very easily could be. Of course, it won't be the only tournament that counts towards that, but could look back and say, yeah, I'm glad I got third place. It's kept me on tour.
16.
Yeah, and in this group, Gao steaming towards third with 1 point. Earlier in the tournament, Ben Wollaston got 6 points and finished third. These groups, it seems every day is different.
Little check of the scores tells him this red is to end 2-2, but more importantly, of course, third place in the group. Ahead of
23.
the big one, Zhao Xingtong and David Grace. Zhao Xingtong, of course, the highest ranked player here, but he has to win that match to come back tomorrow for stage 2.
David Grace on the practice table right as we speak, knocking in some balls, getting ready for that daunting prospect of taking on
31.
Zhao Xintong. Not the best contact there, actually, for Gao Yang, but it matters
Blue
not. 68 in front, 43 on. The job is done.
Gao Yang, 31. Frame and the match.
Indeed, Simon Blackwell concedes. And so it is a 2-all draw, and that is what Gao Yang needed for third place in Group 1. The Group 1 decider is coming up after the break. It is David Grace, unbeaten so far, against Zhao Xintong, who needs to win to make it into the last 32 of this BetVictor Championship League.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
A Crucible kingpin takes centre stage at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. But his continued participation in this BetVictor Championship League is by no means guaranteed. We're down to the last match in Group 1. It's quite simply this. David Grace has won 2 matches out of 2, both 3-0. Zhao Xintong also has 6 points, but he's dropped a frame, and so because of that, Zhao has to win this match. For David Grace, a draw will do. They've had 2 previous meetings, and Zhao prevailed on both occasions, although they were a while ago. When they first played, these two, Zhao was a teenager. He beat Grace 6-2 in the first round of the UK Championship in 2016. Their last meeting, Zhao won 5-3, again in the first round of the China Championship of 2019, helped by a break of 143. At times today, Zhao has been his spectacular self. But then, if you look at the opposition, David Grace has been very solid.
Yeah, I think Zhao Xintong can count himself a little fortunate that he's in this position, because his day could have been a whole lot different had his opponents taken their chances when they arose against him, and they've had plenty. Simon Blackwell couldn't impact the match at all first thing, had a number of chances, Gao Yang as well. But yes, David Grace has been solid. After a disappointing start to the season, he looks to be building.
Over on table 2, it's also the group decider. And Zach Surety finds himself in exactly the same situation as Zhao Xintong. He has to win the match against Matt Selt, and he's made a good start as Surety. Won the first frame with a break of 73. Zhao is here in the UK for the Championship League. Of course, the next snooker action, and it's very concentrated for him. Multiple tournaments in China. So he's not going to invest so much time and effort to just be lax in this match. He's desperate to get through the first phase. Desperate to win the whole shebang and move ever closer to the world number 1 position.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? The world number 1 spot. Every pound of ranking point he can accumulate is going to make a difference. And actually, because it's the first look we've had of Zhao Xingtong this season, it's wise to be here and competing just to get a few matches under his belt. Look, the Shanghai Masters is a completely different kettle of fish to this event, and I suppose in some ways this event may go out the window when he heads back out to China, but it won't do if he wins it and he gets his hand on the trophy. He'll be full and brimming with confidence.
Well, he gets the first chance here, and a good one it is too.
Eight. 9.
Very few players consistently split the bunch up as well as Zhao.
Makes you think it's not a coincidence, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you know it isn't, and I know.
Yeah, there's an art to going into the pack. Ronnie O'Sullivan
17.
comes to mind straight away when you think of the one player that very, very rarely lands on nothing when he goes into the Reds. And there is a lot of professional players, actually, including myself at times, that sometimes just go into the Reds unknowingly and more hoping. I don't think these guys do. They know exactly how to go into them.
Well, there was one occasion earlier today when he went into the bunch, played a very precise shot, and 3 Reds ended up over the middle pocket, if you recall, which was a rather unusual thing to happen. Of course, he made the most of it.
Yeah, it was the maximum attempt, wasn't it, against Gao Yang? And again, he studied the pack because they were a little bit open already, but there was one red detached at the back of it, and he knew that a full ball cannon into that with pace sends that red into the pack, which then opens them further. And again, it was just so well played, so well controlled. If you ever doubted just how naturally gifted
36.
this player was, all you need to know is that he's using a new cue. A cue different to the one that he's used for a number of seasons that took him to the world title, and of course all those titles last year.
37.
To just pick up a new piece of wood and pick up where you left off, that is not easy.
So, Stephen, the question is why?
Well, exactly that. And I asked him, I saw him in the practice room and I said, oh, it must be a sponsorship deal, is it? Nope. Just a Chinese
42.
manufacturer, a cue that I've never seen before. Says he's just trying it. Exactly that. Why?
43.
What do you want?
Well, after he won the Golden Ball event in Saudi Arabia last season, he was a winning machine. Of course, not at the Crucible, but in the Players' Series, he completed the clean sweep, an unprecedented clean sweep. World Grand Prix, Players' Championship, Tour Championship.
He absolutely
51.
took the fields apart as well, didn't he? Particularly in that tour event. Dismantled Higgins in the semi-final, 10-1, and then destroyed the world number 1 in the final, Judd Trump.
58.
And he's taken apart this first frame quite nicely so far.
$59.
There are certain players it's a privilege to watch, and he is one of those.
$65. 66.
Well, that was a very swiftly framed ball.
73. $74.
Well, he's had a century break in every match he's played so far this season, i.e. 2 here today, and it could be the hat-trick coming up. If he plays a full slate of tournaments, which I believe he
89.
will, and he goes deep in a lot of them,
90.
it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, given his scoring power, that he could threaten the record for the highest number of centuries in a season.
No incentive
96.
now for it, though, is there? What's the point in making century breaks?
Pride.
97.
Well, that's what I keep telling myself every time I break down on 20 odd. What a break this has been.
$104.
Yeah, Zhao Xintong has got the X factor, and like all champions who win a bundle of titles, he's got intimidation factor, especially the way he plays, the way he achieves his success.
105.
When you're in a sporting contest, no matter whether it's David versus Goliath or what, you should always try to avoid feeling inferior. But when you watch this man from your seat, sometimes those feelings are
114.
impossible to block out.
Yeah, it's not so much David versus Goliath, it's David versus God. Because that's how snooker players regard
117.
this boy at the minute. He plays the game like God.
$121.
Just gets down, pokes the cue at the ball. They go where they should. So does the white.
126.
It is simplistic excellence. Oh yeah, it can play right-handed as well.
132. $139.
What a statement break.
Zhao Xintong.
What a start to this group decider. Zhao Xintong laid a good snooker. David Grace left a red. And then the auctionman spent the rest of the frame sitting down and no doubt admiring. Grace is a good guy. He's a snooker man through and through. And he recognises that he's playing one of the very best I think there's ever been. Zhao Xintong leads 1-0. Now over on table 2, Zach Surety won the first frame from Matt Selt with a break of 73, and he's got a good chance here, even though he's currently 32 points adrift in the second frame. Just to reiterate, Surety has to win this match. For Selt, a draw will see him top the group.
Nine.
Nicely positioned there, but he will need that really awkward yellow. And indeed,
Second
the awkward
frame.
green and brown. Well,
David Grace.
might not need the brown, but yeah, awkward balls ahead if he's going to clear. A break that against Zhao Xintong is often not recommended. when you're good, you don't need luck. He has left one red for sure. What about the one next to the yellow? That would be easier.
Yeah, he's had a little glance at it. Clearly, Dave feels like he can get enough of this. Yeah, no problems. So, good little chance this actually, looking at the position of these reds, and the black, pink even is available. Black into both corner pockets, so needs to just set himself here, try and score a few, send a message. Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. That is
David Grace,
a horrible feeling to watch, never mind to strike the ball as poorly as that. That was a real bad one from Dave.
There seemed an uncharacteristic hitch in his cue action there. An extra little go.
A little bit yippy, wasn't it? That's what it looked like. It looked as if he just couldn't quite deliver the cue. What sort of bearing could that have on this game now? Because that will fill Dave with dread.
Because now he's not just thinking about Joe, he's thinking about himself. I think he definitely had problems pulling the trigger there. That wasn't his normal cue action.
9. $14. 15. 22.
Might be able to push a few more reds into play here. If he's low enough on this red, a little bit of a gamble to
23.
Push a few more in. Well, he's landed perfect on this blue. It wasn't as played.
When we were extolling his virtues in the first frame, one of the assets we missed off the list, which is quite lengthy, cue power. Got loads of it. But he was stretching there, and that cost him. Didn't quite time the shot.
28.
Yeah, it's not that easy to play a decent safety shot here either. Right, be just chipping off this red, drop the cue ball on this top cushion, but Dave will have the option to play a better shot. Now, if you can get close enough to the left middle pocket,
28.
you could cover off the left half of these reds for Zhao Xingtong back to balk. But he's keen to investigate this red to middle, is Dave. Is he attempting this as a pot?
One.
Well, the red is in. Cue ball not exactly ideal. Forced to leave mid-distance.
6.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll fancy this after how he struck the green. Has he been able to erase that strike from memory? Stick a good one on here. He needs it. much better.
7.
Much, much better. And actually, that will make him feel really good.
It really was. Maybe that green was just an isolated incident, because he also cued well on the opening red.
Twelve. $13.
Oh, he just potted the red ever so slightly into the wrong part of that middle bag. And that's why the cue ball has caught the knuckle. Now, what can he do with this? Are there any reds available, or is it 2 cushions with pace into them? Now, what's he seen that we can't?
18.
He looks pretty happy. This red next to the green must just pass.
$19.
A rare loose positional shot from Xiao Zintong when he was in, potting that blue but leaving himself on nothing. Could that be an expensive moment?
$24.
Nothing will pot directly there, so clearly targeting the plant.
$25.
And now, what a chance.
Yeah, lovely chance. Played that well. Little bit of distance between them, but cue ball was perfect to just pop the first red, really. Now, come on then, Dave. Can you steady yourself and take out this visit? Because this would send a message, and it would make this finish very, very interesting.
Scored decently in his first 2 matches.
31.
Made a 50 break against Gao Yang. Runs of 56 and 73 against Simon Blackwell.
$32. $39.
A very tall man, David Grace, but even he would admit to having troubles reaching this. Needs the extension on the back of the cue.
$40.
Again, that was a bit of a quick one, wasn't it?
47.
That wasn't timed nicely. Just giving himself a little something to do now.
48.
Well, that flick is from dreamland on the blue, because it could have been a lot worse. I think he's straight enough on it, and the reds will both, at least the top one will pass to this left corner pocket. Just drop it in.
When he missed the green, I thought that it might be a very short match, this. But David Grace proving resilient, very determined.
$54.
He needs the pink and the last red.
$60. $61.
Good visit this from Dave, every credit, because he's been battling his technique out there, it seems, and of course he's battling one of the best players on planet Earth right now. And this is a commendable visit to the table, and as I say, it's sending a message to Zhao Xintong,
68.
who broke down when he was in amongst them.
He was telling me earlier, Stephen, he's never won a group in the Championship League. He's been close, David Grace, but never actually top one. Could today be it at the expense
70.
of the former world champion?
Well, it would be pretty sweet. And he's given him the best possible chance to do just that. Especially winning those first two matches 3-0. Those frames make a big difference, don't they?
Zhao Xintong, after making that wonderful total clearance in the first frame, had another golden opportunity early in the second. But he ran out of position unusually. And in the end, David Grace potted a really good red to middle and went on to make a break of 70 to equalise. He needs one more frame, one of the last two, to get the draw he needs to top the table. As for Zhao Xintong, has to win the last two frames to win the group. We always like this, don't we? When a group goes down to the last match, sometimes even the last frame. And it's the case as well over on table 2.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely adore it when the groups go down to the final group game. Seeds 1 and 2. Matthew Sell, Zach Surety doing battle on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Cool, look at the gear he's got on that.
Yes. Tech 34.
Same scenario here if you're just joining us. Zach Surety needs to win. A draw for Selt will get the assignment completed. And the winners of these two groups, the last remaining two groups in the first phase of the tournament, will go into Group A tomorrow to join Lei Pei Fan and Liu Hongyu. Zhao Zhintong has won over £2 million in total career prize money, including over £1 million last season alone. But unless he wins the next 2 frames here, his payday at the Mattioli will be just a couple of thousand.
It's good to see the start of all these frames actually in this match being quite open. The black has not been impeded one bit, so it often can encourage the standard to be higher, the scoring heavier. And that's what we're seeing so far.
Five.
I missed something else off when I went through his list of assets in the first frame. The fact he's really cool under pressure, and that's what he needs to be here. And I think no one plays that
12.
deep screw with reverse side with more effortless ease than Zhao Zhintong.
13.
Yeah, if you catch the white sweetly, the white just takes care of itself and it just dances for you. But if for a second you hit at the white, you've got no chance. It's just a beautiful piece of ball striking once again. It's funny because when we was talking about his new cue in the practice room earlier on, we was just comparing cues as you do. And he had a few shots with mine, and I'm not joking you, he hit the ball so much better with my own cue than I do. It was annoying.
Didn't hit that one well. Nothing left, of course, but leaves the table a little earlier than anticipated.
Well, it's a good pot, but there's work to be done now. Look at the position of the high values. No good. There's a couple of reds open, but that cue ball is going to be travelling.
Quickly, let me tell you that Zach Surety is now 2-0 up on Matthew Selt on table 2. He won the second frame, edged it on the blue.
7.
Oh yes, another asset. The ability to make an awkward table look very inviting in a space of about 3 shots.
Yeah, and that's just because he plays the right shots at the right
14.
time. He takes the chances early to bring the colours into play. From the blue, he dropped his cue ball into an area where he had so many reds to be on, and there was every chance he landed perfect on one to flick the red away from the black. That's what all the best break builders do. Get him in early.
22.
Very quickly, this frame is evaporating from David Grace's grasp.
23.
A one-frame showdown, perhaps.
$30. $31.
I think Zhao appeals to snooker players of all generations, the old style players who love his finesse, panache, delicacy.
39.
The new generation of players who like to go for the throat, play attacking, heavy scoring snooker. He's got universal appeal, but he's not got the best of positions there, and this
46.
frame is still very much alive. 64 in front, but 75 still available. Well, that might be end of break, but that makes David Grace's life so much more difficult. He's now 65 behind, 67 on.
Yeah, it'd be worth just chipping a colour safe. He could just flick the blue thin to the cushion.
Blue ball.
Just get that out of play. He'd love to have taken the green on there, but there's a time and a place, and
Zhao Xintong, 47.
even he has got the presence of mind to know that that wasn't the right shot.
This frame ball red might have been easier. But he could play that with a large dollop of safety incorporated.
Well, this time doesn't get cover. Well, perhaps he did cover enough of the red to prevent Zhao from attempting it. Clearly he did, otherwise he would have gone for that one.
Not just the scoreboard, but the ball's very much in Zhao's favour here. That said, he won't be guilty of complacency. Played that shot because he didn't want to sacrifice trying to play something that would have opened the reds. Okay, he might have obtained safety off it, but he wants these reds clustered together.
Yeah, and I'm sure Dave would love to disturb them, and an angle on the black might provide a chance to do just that.
1.
If not, the red far north of the 4 will pot to right corner, I believe. Could lay up on that here. Well, he's gone at them with pace. No good.
Yeah, unlucky in so many respects, not least he's not one to the right-hand side cushion. Oh, and how the pink's awkward as well.
David Grace, 8.
Pink less awkward now, but not awkward at all, in fact. Where he was, though, I think he'll settle for that. Well, at the very least, David Grace has given Zhao Zintong a battle. When he won the first frame with a break of 139, I thought this might be a dominant display. That's not been the case. He's having to work really hard to win Group 1.
Yeah, and Dave is ever so slowly playing his way back into this frame. It's a game of patience right now.
One.
By no means will Dave be thinking about winning the frame at this visit just yet, or winning the frame at all just yet. But he knows that with every ready pot with a high value colour, he's clawing his way back into it.
8.
Just got into that cue ball far too much, and well, has he put himself in a spot of bother?
David Grace, 8.
Doesn't mind offering Zhao Zintong a clear shot at the red on the right-hand side cushion. He didn't want to leave this one, though. Oh, so close to potting frame ball. Utilising his experience, David Grace, 41 years of age now. 18 years ago, Grace won the European Amateur Championship. He's been to a semi-final of the UK Championship and also of the Northern Ireland Open, so he knows how to compete at the top level. But winning this frame from here, that would be a gargantuan achievement. Red over the pocket, but pink blocking the path.
Yeah, he's been strong tactically here, Dave. He's just making Zhao, at the very least, work for this frame. As I previously said, it's all about patience as far as Dave Grace is concerned. He doesn't need to do anything rash, just keep playing decent shots and hope a chance arises. And there is that chance, at least to get 16 points on the board and then win the battle on the final red.
Eight.
41 behind, so he can actually afford one pink off these last couple of reds.
9.
Well, he wanted to be somewhere close to parallel, and that is about there. I just wonder if the cue ball's about half a roll away from being perfect to try and dislodge this red. Oh, he's played him behind it. So it was just ever so slightly.
60.
How do you fancy these?
Well, he's very good at rolling a ball quietly, so maybe he's equipped to knock it in. But also, you can so easily leave the red unmissably in the jaws.
Yeah, if he drops that in, he pots it all
David
day,
Grace,
but the fact
16.
he had to stun it in to hold for the pink for the thin cutback just made it such a smaller pocket. But he don't want it. He does not want it.
I'm astounded about that, I really am. And now the awkwardness of the blue takes on immense importance. I'm so surprised David Grace is still in the frame. I'm sure he's surprised too.
How blasé was that from Zhao Xingtong? He just got down again without a care in the world and just thought the red was in.
1.
Oh, I tell you what. The pink may be thin, but it could be a good line to try and bring that blue into play. No, he's taking the black, so the blue is going to play a big part now. Oh, I'm not sure from that camera angle. I thought he could have played the pink there.
8.
Of course, Dave had a better look at the shot than I did. He knows best.
The yellow struggled in because he hit it too thick. Because he hit it too thick, the cue ball hasn't travelled as far as he wanted to, and that's why he's got no position on the green. Well, what a great recovery that was. He knew he couldn't land ideally on the brown, but he's got some form of shot at it. And it was a really good pot anyway.
And if he gets this right, he goes close to bringing the blue out too. Huge. Oh yeah, it was perfect. If he gets the pot there, he nudges the blue. He makes contact.
David Grace, 13.
Great effort. 20 behind. Frame very much alive.
And that missed last red from Zhao Zintong has made life difficult for him. Made him sweat. He's still a big favourite because of where the blue is. And I suppose to a much lesser extent, but worth mentioning, where the black is.
Yeah, and all Dave's got to do is just win the battle on the brown, hasn't he? Because then he creates the problem of that blue for Zhao Zintong as well.
He has been so determined, so stubborn in coming back into this frame. If you're just joining us, Grace was 65 points behind with 67 on. Tactically, he's been superior in the second half of this frame. Remembering the basic rule of safety, always get the object ball as safe as you can.
Well, Dave's put the mini butt on the end of his cue. He feels like he just can't reach this white. It was a bit of a stretch. How peculiar, Phil.
Yeah, Dave there, I mean, he's a very tall individual. Stephen, of course, Stephen Hallworth being sarcastic. Yeah, I couldn't work that out at all.
Clearly that's something he's looked at and worked on, that added bit of weight on the back of the cue. He must feel it helps him for that sort of shot. And there we go. We've seen it all now. But regardless, what he did do is he put that brown on the blue, which was a big bonus because he's trying to force Zhao to bring that into play. But he refuses. He's doing well to keep it out, keep it locked on that side cushion.
Grace's match play in the last 15 minutes has been exemplary. Of course, Zhao, the architect of his own problems, because he missed that quite simple last red. Frame ball last red.
I'm still trying to figure out the reason why Dave put the mini butt on his cue for that safety shot. Part of me now thinking, was the black in the way of his bridge arm? And I don't know. I just don't know. He's not deployed the dark art, surely, to try and scramble Zhao Xingtong's mind.
I think what you said earlier might be the most likely scenario. The fact he feels as like on that kind of shot he's got extra feel with the...
Well, we'll know if he's on the wind-up in the next frame. If he breaks off with the rest or something, that would be something.
There it is. That's what he used. He'll now need to use all of his table geometry. Has to hit this, Brown. Has to hit it. Never in doubt.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Dave.
What resistance the outsider is putting up. "90 places between them in the world rankings.
Just goes to show how much experience pays in this game. Dave is he's on a very hardened, match-sharp club in Leeds, the Northern Snooker Centre. A lot of tough competitors in there. He's played a lot of frames over the years, Dave, not just on the professional tour, on the amateur circuit as well. Learning his craft. And he's showing it here.
But after that, it might all amount to nothing. Remember, no need for any positional thoughts. The brown is enough. He will be so relieved to see that in.
Four.
Yeah, that's an understatement. He's been put through the ringer here. He's been made to work for this frame.
Now, he didn't want to roll the blue over the pocket there, because if Grace pots the blue and then gets the snooker off pink in behind black, he would only need one snooker. Whereas 24 behind 18 on, he needs two. "31-minute frame this. You don't see Zhao involved in too many of those." Yeah, so as suspected, Grace takes the opportunity to knock in the blue.
Lovely line, this pink on and off the right side cushion to float in behind that black. If he gets the line and pace right, could be nailed. Good line, not a good pace. That's a shame. It was perfect. It was on course, wasn't it? And the issue Dave has got now, if you don't get the snooker on the first attempt, they're just going to drop it in or over.
So barring a dramatic end to the frame, it's going to be all or nothing on one last frame. The last frame, not just of the match, not just of the group, but of the first stage of this BetVictor Championship League. It's down to the last frame on table 2 as well, because Matt Selt needing a draw. He went 2-0 down to Zach Turity, but he's just won the 3rd frame, has Selt. If he can win the 4th as well, he'll be in tomorrow's action. All the snooker we've seen over the 16 days so far of this tournament, Stephen, I can only recall one frame that's been won after a snooker was required on pink and black. Chang Bing-yu against Phil O'Kane.
6.
Well, he didn't want to pot the pink, but he has done. And so it took a while, around 35 minutes, but Zhao Xintong wins it in the end. It was a fighting display from David Grace, a rearguard action, but it came up short. And that means the last frame of the match is going to determine who progresses, who goes out with regrets. Ditto here on table 2. So Lei Pei Fan and Liu Hongyu, who are in one of the groups here tomorrow, still don't know 2 of their opposition.
No, but whoever comes through actually surely has got to be in great standing going into tomorrow's phase 2, because they'll have played all day today. They'll be well match sharp. They'll be well aware of how these tables are playing. They'll have had time to acclimatise to the heat, which is going to be the same or similar tomorrow. Big advantage, I feel, for whoever comes through today. The schedule has worked out a treat.
Well, it's a behind closed doors event, but that doesn't mean to say that David Grace hasn't got a fan.
Who let that fan in?
I can tell you on a day like today, it provides a minimal relief in this commentary box. Whew, it's been like a sauna.
The 4th frame. David Grace to break.
Everything depends on this.
Well, he's desperate for a good cue ball now, because that red, he's got 2 reds potentially, but the one on the left will be waving at Zhao Xingtong. But because the cue ball is decent enough, he can't play it.
Yeah, 2 things against him there. The cue ball, as Stephen said, and also the situation. The group winner, we still don't know. It's on a knife edge.
Yeah, I don't think the situation will concern Zhao Xingtong as much as it may have bearing on David Grace. But we'll get an idea of how he's feeling when he gets his chance, if he gets his chance.
He's got his chance.
Well, that was one of those long reds that you fully commit to. When you strike it, you kind of know what the outcome is going to be. You've got a rough idea that that cue ball is going to double kiss. And then you shut your eyes and hope. What a chance it is.
Six. Seven.
In the early part of this break.
14.
But on table 2, Zach Surety in an advanced part of a break that could win him the group. He's on a break of 50 against Matt Selt, as Zhao misses a red that we can't quite believe.
Is that a glitch in the matrix or something? What has happened there? I'm astonished.
Well, that was even more surprising to me, Stephen, than the last red he missed in the previous frame.
Well, David Grace can't have any regrets of not having a chance in this final frame, not having a chance to get this group won. And okay, he may or may not win it at this visit, but the fact is he's got his chance to do some scoring. What can he make of it? What a moment that missed red could be.
Group 32, table 2 is basically over, and Zach Surety has won it in style. Needed to win this last frame, and he's done so. He's on a break of 72, well over the line. Matt Selt hasn't quite done enough. Instead, it is the group's top seed, Zach Surety, who moves into the last 32. Surety could finish off with a century, actually. How Grace would love to do the same. I think he'd settle right now for 80.
It's settled right now for a good split on those reds at some point. Because it's not the best cluster to go into from blue, or sorry, from the black.
19.
Might be worth having a stab at them from the side cushion, you know, off one of the bought colours. Bigger target that way. Whoa, 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 whoa,
20.
whoa, whoa. Where has that one gone?
David Grace, 20.
Surety, I can tell you, on table 2, has finished off the match and clinched the group with a century. Very good going. This is tense now.
It is, yes. Both players have had a chance. Both players have scored very little from it.
In the end, for Surety, a break of 136. Top quality in the circumstances. He defeats Matt Selt by 3 frames to 1. And Surety now takes his place in Group A tomorrow against Liu Hongyu, Lei Pei Fan, and either David Grace or Zhao Xintong.
And what a place on the bought cushion Dave Grace has found there. If he'd have picked his cue ball up and put it anywhere, he'd have put it right in that spot. It was played to perfection, covered both reds to corner pockets.
Lovely pot. Cue ball. I was going to say it stopped in time. I'm not so sure now.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I think it's just pulled up of the balk line, and he can drop this in. Red waiting for left corner. Forget the white, just pot the green. Good shot. Good shot, David Grace. And this has all come about from that good safety shot he played a few moments ago.
So Grace was given his first chance when Zhao very surprisingly missed a short-range red. He's earned this one.
5. $12. 13. $18.
These reds down the side rail have been troublesome, regardless of how close to the pocket they might have been. Well done, and that's a good angle on black.
19.
There is an open red at the apex of the bunch of 5. Grace on the borders of frame-winning territory here.
$26. $27.
What determination, regardless of the result now, what determination from the big man from Leeds.
He's battled so hard, hasn't he? Especially having gone behind in this match. He's responded so well. The adrenaline will be pumping. Why wouldn't it be? Big moment.
34.
Especially after a disappointing start to this campaign. This is a chance to start his season, really get something going. And the fact he plays tomorrow, he'll be brimming with confidence if he wins this group. It could be a handful for anyone, but the job is not done just yet.
$35.
41 ahead. Pink would make that 47. He needs one more red. And now it's become available.
41.
Zhao Zhentong reminded of a harsh lesson. You can't miss easy balls in deciders. Oh, but hold on a minute.
David Grace.
Look at this table. Look who's coming to the table. Is there going to be a late twist? Is the best finish to a group going to be the last finish to a first stage group?
Oh, and he could have done with that cue ball being on this top cushion, couldn't he? Only needed the red. Wise he played for the black. Well, hold on to your hats, folks, because as Phil so rightly says, this could be a very dramatic ending. But he's missed a sitter of a black, and for the second time in this deciding frame, an easy ball from Zhao Zhentong is missed.
It really was David against Goliath. And it is, on this occasion, David who wins out. He doesn't win the match. It's a 2-all draw, but that was going to be enough before the start to give David Grace the group, and he now goes into the play tomorrow into the last 32, having won a group in the BetVictor Championship League for the very first time. And the big news here is that Zhao Xintong, last year's world champion, is out, finishing in second place despite accruing 7 points, but he lost out on frame difference. Gao Yang finishing third in the group. I'm off to interview David Grace. It will be very interesting to see what he's got to say. So over to Stephen.
It's just incredible, isn't it, how these groups go? There really is no right or wrong, no blueprint to the perfect performance at the Championship League. We've had 16 days of competition, and it's been enthralling action right from the start. David Grace topping this group. Zhao Xintong, the man to beat, obviously, the in-form player, the star boy, the star performer of last season, being pipped at the post, and what a difference that frame difference makes. Zhao Xintong dropping that frame, having David Grace won both of his matches 3-0 this afternoon. An incredible display. Here's a look at what happened over in Group 32 on Table 2. Zach Surety, a fabulous one visit in the final frame to take the group, but our group champion David Grace joins Phil Yates for a quick little interview.
David, you told me earlier on today you'd never won a group in the BetVictor Championship League, and now you have in those circumstances against that opponent.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where a lot of things went my way, and normally you get punished, and he let me off a couple of times there, and I was just very relieved when I saw him miss the black.
The way he started out with that 139 break, you must have feared the worst, but then you got involved in the game, and although you lost the third frame, you put him under pressure, and maybe that affected what happened in the decider.
Yeah, I thought if I could just get a frame on the board, then at least I knew I only needed one more, so you sort of give yourself a chance then, don't you?
Winning those first two matches 3-0 as well made a big difference. It meant you only needed to draw against Zhao, and ultimately that's what you did.
Yeah, obviously there's a big difference between winning 2 and 3 frames against that calibre of opponent.
Not the best of starts to the season in terms of the China Open and the Women Open qualifiers, so that will provide, presumably, a confidence boost. It was David against Goliath, and David won.
Yeah, even just winning a game or a couple of games earlier in the day, I thought, at least it's nice. You always want to get off the mark in any given season.
And so now straight into the last 32 tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, I didn't even realise that until about an hour ago. I'd not packed enough clothes or anything, so I'm going to have to sort that out.
David, very, very well done. It was very dramatic towards the end, and now you've got another bite of the cherry in 24 hours' time.
Yeah, go and have a shower and do it again.
All the best.
Cheers.
Well, no doubt David Grace was sweating in that final frame. Let's hope he can get his polo shirt washed for tomorrow. So let's have a little look. Tomorrow sees the start of Phase 2 of the BetVictor Championship League. 32 groups have been completed, and now just 32 players remain in the hunt for the first ranking title of the season. Group A features Lu Hongyu, Li Pei Fan. Table 2's victor today, Zach Surety, and incredibly, David Grace, who is down the star boy Zhao Xintong, and for the first time in his career has won a group at the BetVictor Championship League. Table 2 will be available, as always, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, but our focus will be on Table 1 with the commencement of Group B. Ian Burns, Pang Zhengzhou, the Prince of Persia, Hossein Vafai, and the 2023 Champion of the World, Luca Brissell. So the stakes have risen, and we can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. Join us live from 11 a.m. as myself, Stephen Horwath, and Phil Yates will be treated to the company of Mark Davis in the commentary box. We look forward to it from us all here at the Mattioli Arena on this scorching hot day. It's a very good night.